Well, unfortunately, what on earth is happening is that we live in a world now where social media is going to be our downfall. And in case anybody is wondering, I absolutely do believe that. I'm not a big fan of saying shit just to get a rise out of people. I'm not a big fan of, sensationalism news. People know I've been doing this for years. I'm never going to grow as a creator. I might, maybe one day I might get up to about 100, maybe 150 followers or viewers again. It's because I have opinions and I don't suffer fools. I don't spend a lot of time listening to people and their bullshit when they come in with bullshit claims. And I stopped making short form content because quite literally my health can't handle it. About a year ago, a year ago now, I was off hiking and I thought I was having a heart attack. And I'd been in pain for several months leading up to it. I'd noticed some loss of feeling in my hands, some loss of feeling in my feet. And I don't deal with a lot of nitrous oxide, so obviously volume is muted. No, the volume shouldn't be muted. That might be you. Hold on. Let me see. Yeah, I can, yeah, that's you. Yeah, that's you. I just checked. I have volume coming through. So last January I was off on a hike. I'd been having some pain in the months prior to that. Went to a doctor. They did, I was lucky. I have good insurance, so they were able to do all the expensive tests. They found out that I have small cluster neuropathy, my hands, my feet, and a couple of other somewhat important nerves in my body. So I stopped making daily short form content. I wanted to focus on things. Then my hands just got so bad, I had to take a step away again. Unfortunately, due to a couple of injuries I have, long-term medical conditions I have, I'm always going to be having to take steps away, and there is nothing I can do for that. But I made a video, a guy made a video. And I'm going to show the video just so that we can look at what the guy did. And I responded to it. And then he put me on blast based on the response. So the first thing I'm going to do is I wrote an article on my website. Nice thing is last year, while my hands were hurting, my feet were hurting, and my brain was hurting, I spent the time to kind of learn how to clean up my website. And this website is for me. It's my legacy. Whether or not anybody ever actually goes there, I don't care. If they get anything of value out of it, I do. But I wrote an article today called Living on a Social Media Influencer Dystopian Nightmare. And I am adamantly against the idea of social media. I truly believe this, and I don't believe in censorship. I believe we have to allow people to have dissenting views and dissenting opinions. But I think when we start telling people a bunch of bullshit, it's easy. It is easy to be sensationalist. Last week with that ICE shooting, all these people talking about how Renee Good has a criminal record. I think the older millennial is going to find himself getting sued now because one trick about sensationalist, one trick about good journalism is that Lee Strobel, if you've never heard of Lee Strobel, he's a journalist that turned Christian investigator. And I learned from Lee Strobel going to his speeches when he was a journalist. You got to have two sets of eyeballs. If you don't have two sets of eyeballs on something, you don't have anything. Well, last week we had a social media creator, a small-time social media creator, started shit-talking on Renee Good. and that Renee Good had this like long criminal history and so on and so forth. She doesn't. It's a different person named Renee Good that a shit tier, deep fake, nonsense creator swapped the picture on the criminal report. Now, there's an awful lot of things we can talk about when it comes to the Renee Good shooting. But it doesn't matter. Like, and I'm going to say this and it's probably going to offend somebody. I don't care if Renee Good was a stripper. I don't care if she was a crack whore. I don't care if she was, a prostitute. I don't care if she had committed murder and had served her time and been paroled. Nothing about her history changes the fact. And the facts of the Renee Good shooting are quite simple. Department of Justice policy, which I showed last week, and if anybody wants to challenge me on it, I can get it again. Department of Justice policy specifically states that you may not shoot into a vehicle in order to disable the vehicle, including if the person is using the vehicle in a dangerous way. The only time you could shoot into a vehicle to disable the driver is if that driver was about to drive into a crowd of innocent civilians, was about to drive into a school, was about to drive into a rally. Then and only then, the second clause of the Department of Justice policy is that you may disable that vehicle. That is part and parcel about why a lot of municipalities don't want their officers to be involved in high-speed pursuits anymore. If you've positively ID'd the suspect and it's not for a capital crime, don't chase people at 110 miles an hour because it's going to lead to innocent civilian death. You, as the pursuing officer, are a contributing factor to why that criminal is driving recklessly. And I know people are like, well, if the criminal would just stop. I don't give a shit if they plaster the criminal all over the inside of their car with a fucking rocket, self-lighting charcoal briquette. You got a criminal, you can waste the motherfucker if they don't want to pull over, if they don't want to comply, if they don't want to surrender, if they don't want to face justice. Yeah, the phrase they always talk about in training was, is the juice worth the squeeze? Exactly. Sometimes what we know about psychology is we used to have just the two F's. We used to have fight or flight. And now we have fight or flight, freeze, flop, and fawn. And the problem is, you might have a completely good-hearted, good-natured individual who freaks this shit out because they're being confronted by people with guns, and their fight or flight tells them to flee. Fly, you fools. Well, I don't think you need to light that person up and kill him. Well, she tried to hit the ICE agent. I get that. We're not disputing that fact. Number one, ICE agent, the ICE agent shouldn't have been standing in front of the car, period. That is, anybody who's been through law enforcement training or security training or military training knows the threat of a vehicle is directly in front and directly behind. There is no threat from the vehicle from the sides. There's a threat from the driver, the passenger, but there's not a threat from the vehicle. Yeah, shooting a driver doesn't make a vehicle go in a different direction, and shooting the driver of a vehicle can result in exactly what did result, is the driver's foot can go down and the vehicle speeds up and then crashes. Now, I saw what you said. Let me bite on that. The crux of the argument is, should all immigrants be legal? If someone believes no human is illegal, then they will disagree with ICE no matter what, whether they're acting within the law or not. So, you hit the nail on the head, and unfortunately I didn't have the bot running, so I can't grab your comment, put it on the screen. But you are absolutely spot on. 90% or more of undocumented immigrants are not illegal. Because remember, coming here without a visa doesn't happen unless you crossed into the country, you crossed over illegally through the border, you were coyoted over. Those are the only people who are actually have committed a crime. A crime. A Article 3 court criminally prosecutable offense. Everybody else, they come in on a visa, they overstay their visa. That's a civil infraction. What people don't understand is until you get into the nuts and bolts of like the subsection B, paragraph I, letter 4 exceptions, you haven't committed fraud. You got a visa, you overstayed. As long as you leave, I believe, and I'm shooting off the cuff here, I believe as long as you leave within 180 days, they're just like, don't do it again. Go back to your country, reapply for a visa. I believe if you stay over 181 days, then you have a 10-year block before you can get another visa. And I don't give a shit about, honestly, I don't give a shit about most of that. What I care about if California, New York, Minnesota, Illinois, if all these states wanted to get rid of what Donald Trump called the bad hombres, then they would be adhering to ICE detainers. I want everybody to keep something in mind. We have a problem in our country because we have the federal government and it's having to fight with individual states. And honest to God, California, New York, Illinois, Minnesota are some of the states that caused all this ICE bullshit. ICE should not need to be going door to door, which is bullshit to begin with, but ICE should not be needing to go door to door to find the ones we want to get rid of. You got a guy who doesn't have paperwork, gets arrested by the police. The police run his name, they run his ID number, and it shows up with an ICE detainer. So grab him, give him to ICE. ICE will more than happily come and pick him up. But instead, you've got Governor Newsom of California saying, well, we don't have to cooperate with ICE. You're right. You don't. The Attorney General of the United States could choose to charge you as an accessory because you've chosen to give what ultimately amounts to mutinous insurrectionist orders to your police departments saying don't cooperate with ICE. What we have is if everybody would just follow the fucking rules, life would be easier. I was also told not to drive my car towards people. When I'm told to stop, I was told to stop. Right, and I want to, absolutely. And what we have here is we have a lot of, remember, when I say my peers as content creators are making bad videos, they're making videos that are meant to get you to relate to them. I'm going to tell you the things you don't want to hear, which makes me unrelatable. People that turn around and say ICE doesn't have the authority to stop American citizens. Bullshit. ICE are federal law enforcement officers. ICE may detain you long enough to ascertain your status. Now, the way it's supposed to work, ICE wants to investigate you. I'm an American citizen. I am not required by law to show you my identification unless you have some paperwork specifically describing me with a photograph of me. I would like to be on my way now. You don't, now that I've identified myself as an American citizen, you don't have any reason to be detaining me. Yeah, I'm active following and impeding federal operations. You can't bother me. Right. All the, like, ICE has every authority to ascertain your status. Now, people say, well, then what stops the illegal immigrants, the undocumented workers, from just saying, I'm a U.S. citizen? Well, if all the assholes that are running around getting in ICE's way would just get the fuck out of the way, the conflict level would go down. Like, I don't know if you guys saw this. Let me see if I can grab a news article real quick. Oh, shit. Don't spill my coffee. Protest outside ICE agent hotel in Minneapolis. So I can't find the exact story that... Oh, is this it? I think this is it. I'm outside the Canopy by Hilton Hotel, where protesters have gathered for a noise demonstration after learning DHS agents may be staying here. So this is how these fucking people choose to behave. Arrest this motherfucker. Disturbing the peace. But I have the right peaceably to protest. Yeah, peaceably to protest inside of all the other laws and all the other regulations and all the other guidelines. You're being a fucking asshole. Now, I want you to think about this in a little bit more detail. You want to keep the agents up all night who then the next day are going to go out and do law enforcement, and you want them tired? You want them agitated? You want them amped up? For what reason? Oh, I want them to make a mistake. That mistake is a fucking 9mm round going through somebody's fucking head. I don't want them agitated. I want them cool, calm, collected. I don't want you chasing them around all day, honking horns at them. I want to fucking arrest your ass for disturbing the peace. Look, we have had a fundamental breakdown in intelligence in the Western world. You are literally defending people who aren't supposed to be in the country, and those people are making your life worse. Well, they're people too. Then go to their fucking country. If you think Venezuela, Colombia, El Salvador, Chile are all fucking great places to go fucking live there. They didn't come up here because their place was so great. They came up here because their place was shit. They came up here, and every person that is here means there's less for everybody. Well, that wouldn't be the case if we tax the rich. Shut the fuck up, you ignorant motherfucker. The rich don't even have taxable assets. Now, I'm all for taxing their stocks when they use them for loans, but that's a different story. The rich, we have got to get past this fucking bullshit, social media dystopian bullshit world we're in, where people think that because a social media creator said it, it's true. I don't want you to believe a goddamn word I say. I want you to think about what I say, go research it, and come back and say, I tried to prove you wrong and I couldn't, or I tried to prove you wrong and here's where you might have been mistaken. If you have 1 million houses and 5 million people that need houses, the price of houses go up. If you took the 4 million people who don't belong in that area, sent them back to their country, you'd have 1 million houses and 1 million people that need houses, and prices would stabilize. It's just like all this bullshit we hear, and everything is these bullshit creators that only know the first 10 words. First 10 words of the story is, well, they keep saying the magical they say that raising minimum wage causes inflation, but we haven't raised the minimum wage since 2009, and yet we still have inflation. Can somebody explain that? Yeah, you dumb fuck. I can explain it. I know the next 10 words. That's because there are 30 states that have minimum wages above the federal minimum wage. Illinois' minimum wage is $15. California's $20. What the fuck happened in California when they decided to raise the minimum wage for fast food workers? 3,000 delivery drivers that worked for Pizza Hut and Domino's were fired. Fast food workers in California, they got their $20. And 3% of the fast food workers in the state lost their jobs. McDonald's went from having 9-person crews to 7-person crews. McDonald's went from having 7-person crews to 5-person crews with this self-ordering kiosk. I hate that shit. I walk into my McDonald's, they've got that shit. I walk right up to the counter. And they're like, well, we have those self-ordering kiosks. I just look at them and say, I'm a Luddite. This is what I want. Inflation isn't purely a bad thing. Inflation is always a bad thing. Let me stop you right there. Inflation is always a bad thing. But inflation is a natural byproduct of capitalism because greed is human nature. Everybody wants more. And anytime at any touch point that somebody wants more, that's a stone thrown in the lake and it creates ripples that goes across the whole lake. You want a cost of living adjustment. Why do you want a cost of living adjustment? Because the cost of everything went up. What if everything didn't go up? What if your rent stayed $500 and your groceries stayed $250 and your car insurance stayed and everything stayed? You wouldn't need a raise. Well, then I'd never be able to get ahead. Yeah, that's the point. You're not supposed to get ahead working the same job you're working. If you do this, if you always do what you've always done, then you'll always get what you always got. I didn't like making $21 an hour 20 years ago. Now, factor that in. I didn't like making $21 an hour 20 years ago. So I went and I found a job that paid me more because I wanted more, right? So I went and developed skills. I went and got training. Well, how do you expect people to develop skills when they can't make ends meet? Look, I've already done this exercise 15 or 20 times on my show. I can't live in New York City based on the salary I make. Great, don't live in New York City. Well, that's where I want to live. Then this is America, baby. Make more money. Make more money. Well, I don't have the skills to make more money. Then fucking move to upstate New York or go across to Jersey, where your limited skills will give you the income you need. Well, I want to live in New York. Well, guess what, man? I want a 9-inch cock, and I want to be 6'6", and I want to Impala, and I want to be a shot caller. I want to be a baller. I want a girl who looks good so I can call her. I want all those things. They're not fucking given to you. You got to go earn them. So back to what I'm talking about, this fucking social media nightmare. This is what this numbnut said in this first video. And it absolutely killed me. So this is his first video.
Here is one reason why you shouldn't invest in a Roth IRA. Simple. You need the money soon. Remember, a Roth IRA is a retirement account. While you can withdraw your contributions penalty-free, remember, your gains are locked up until you're 59 and a half.
No, they're not. Your gains are not locked up until you're 59 and a half. That is bullshit. Your gains are not locked up until you're 59 and a half. Your gains are locked up at a 10% penalty plus an increase to your AGI, your adjusted gross income, unless you're withdrawing the money for one of the 7 things or 9 things I believe the IRS says that you can draw money out of your Roth IRA for.
And that, depending on how old you are, can be a long time. And
well, isn't a long time. It's a fixed 5 years from the January 1st to the year in which you opened your IRA. So yes, you have to wait till you're 59 and a half, but you can also start accessing the money without penalty after 5 years. It doesn't even have to be a full 5 years. It can actually be 4 years and basically a day.
this ties in opportunity cost. The gains
So just throw in the idea of opportunity cost is bullshit.
that you're going to get from a Roth IRA are gains that you can't use towards putting a down payment on a house.
Yes, you can. You dumb motherfucker, you absolutely fucking can use your gains up to $10,000 can be pulled out of your IRA without paying the 10% now. You will pay the adjusted gross income balance, but you can take $10,000 of gains out without the 10% penalty.
Emergencies.
Emergencies bullshit. If you have a medical emergency counts as one of the 7 or 9 things the IRS says you can take the money out for.
Starting a business.
Starting a business. Yes, absolutely. Appreciate the follow. You cannot, or appreciate the sub. You cannot pull money out of your Roth IRA to start a business. That is true.
Or buying that new G-Wagon. And
Did you just say fucking G-Wagon? Look, motherfucker, I will never take you seriously if you're giving financial advice and at the same time, the phrase G-Wagon comes out of your mouth.
As always, Bridge FinTech on the App Store.
Bridge FinTech on the App Store. You don't give a fucking rat's ass about anybody you're making this video for. You made a 30-second video so that you could get to the fucking shill punchline. Now, I responded to this guy's video. And I responded, and watch him. This guy's so cute.
So I got a comment in my previous video.
This guy's so cute. He's adorable.
So I got a comment in my previous video that said this.
And this advice is why the young generations stay poor. Oh, hey, that's me. I made that statement.
And it pisses me off.
Good. I'm glad you're pissed off. Because wait till you see my rebuttal video, but I'll play through his first.
But I understand, because listening is a special skill that's only reserved for the people who actually try to do it.
Yes, so very much like reading comprehension. Reading comprehension is for those people that actually want to do it.
So, let me explain the nuance. Again, this channel is for educational purposes only. The goal of this channel...
You had to put a fucking disclaimer? This channel is for educational purposes only? You're so chicken shit about what you're about to say, you fucking disclaimered it? Are you fucking for real?
...is to teach you how the system works. What you do with the information is up to you. And while I do give advice, sometimes that specific video was not an advice video.
Bullshit. That video was an advice video. I won't beat the dead horse right now. I'm about to play my rebuttal.
Financial literacy isn't about copying people. It's understanding why people do what they do.
No, financial literacy is not about understanding why people do what they do. Financial literacy is about knowing why you can do what you can do and why you can't do what you can't do. Not to be a fucking dickhead right now, but I can walk into the bank right now and get $1 million loan. They're going to want some collateral, but I can walk in and get $1 million loan right now. So if I make a whole series of TikTok videos saying, well, the way you make a bunch of money is to go into the bank and get $1 million loan and then do XYZ, that's fucking useless to 99% of people. Because 99% of people can't walk into the bank and get $1 million loan.
I'm assuming this person thought that the goal of the video was to say, don't invest in a Roth IRA. But
yeah, silly fucking me, man. That's what you said.
That's not the point. The point is to say, don't lock up your money if you need it soon.
Why? Why not lock up your money if you need it soon? Do you know that you can withdraw your up to your maximum contributions into your Roth IRA back tax-free because you've already been taxed on it prior to contribution?
The young generation doesn't stay poor because they don't invest in a Roth IRA. They inherited a system where political and investment decisions favored asset holders, not new entrants.
Yes, dumbass. That's how it works. That is how assets work. That is how asset appreciation works. Guess what? Back in 1993, 94, a Black Lotus was not a fucking big deal in Magic the Gathering. I ran 4 of them in multiple decks. They weren't that rare. I want to remind people, we used to, when we played Magic the Gathering, for reals, bury a card. We literally had a flower pot and we would bury the cards in it, destroy the card. We would rip them up. We thought it was funny.
And it is simple to build wealth, but that doesn't make it easy.
If it's simple to build wealth, but that doesn't make it easy, then you don't know what the fucking word simple means. Because simple and easy are basically synonyms. They don't mean exactly the same thing, but if it's simple but complicated, it's not simple, it's complicated. If it's simple and hard, then simple is the wrong word to use. You wouldn't say it's simple, but it's really complicated. It's simple, but it's really hard. You'd say it's not that difficult, but you have to know what you're doing.
The path to financial stability or freedom isn't universal.
Yes, the path to fucking financial stability is universal. It absolutely the fuck is.
systems aren't one size fit all, and pretending they are ignores people's real situation.
Okay.
Which matter. Context matters, timing matters, and understanding the system matters more than repeating advice.
Okay. So I'm going to ruin the joke if you didn't go see the video. But here's my response.
So I got a comment in my previous video that said this, and it pisses me off.
Well, if that pissed you off, you better buckle your seatbelt, because here we go.
And while I do give advice, sometimes that specific video was not an advice video.
Not an advice video. What is it you said in your video?
Here is one reason why you shouldn't invest in a Roth IRA.
So I don't know what you would call that, but I would absolutely call that influencing a decision, influencing a behavior. Advice doesn't just fall into tone or phrasing. It turns into intent and effect. And although your intent is to get people to go to some bridge, tech, fin, dolphin with laser beams app on the Play Store, you're trying to influence a behavior. The phrase, you should not do X for this one reason, is advice.
I'm assuming this person thought that the goal of the video was to say, don't invest in a Roth IRA. Here is one reason why you shouldn't invest in a Roth IRA.
Yeah, that one's totally on me. It's only the title of the video. It's only the first thing you say.
But I understand, because listening is a special skill that's only reserved for the people who actually try to do it.
I didn't realize the video was why I shouldn't put mustard on ham sandwiches. You're right. The listening was totally my fault.
Remember, your gains are locked up until you're 59 and a half. Don't lock up your money if you need it soon.
So which one is it? We're going to lock up our earnings until 59 and a half, even though we can withdraw them at any time with a 10% penalty, or we don't want to lock up all of our money, which we can always withdraw our contributions up to our maximum contributed amount, and that money's already tax-free. See, I don't mind if you make an advice video, and then I have a right to say you are the reason why the modern generation has no financial literacy. See, that's my problem right there, is this guy's making this educational purposes only bullshit, but he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. I watch my IRA. Now, this isn't a weird flex. This is because I practice what I preach. I've watched my Roth IRA grow by $18,000 a year for the past 2 years. And my Roth IRA is only a fraction of my investments because I'm across the board. I have stocks, I have bonds, I have mutual funds, I have index funds, I have individual stocks in like Disney and Ubisoft because fuck it, it was a couple of $1,000 hedge bet. If the stock is trading at $1.40 and you buy 1,000 shares, it goes up to $3, you doubled your money. You have the right to put me on blast, but then I have the right to come back and absolutely shred your argument. You aren't even consistent between the original video you did and the rebuttal video. So anybody who's made it to this point in the video, remember, a Roth IRA is the smartest thing young people can do to set themselves up for their financial future in retirement. Yes, it comes with some risk. Your money is locked up. Yes, it involves a lot of paperwork. Yes, it involves understanding once you pull out those contributions, you have a 60-day window to re-roll that money back in. By the way, for those of you that don't know this about your Roth IRA, one time per 12 calendar months, you can pull out your maximum contributed amount out of your Roth IRA. You don't pay any taxes on it because the money was already taxed prior to going in. Where the problem becomes is that you have 59 days to put as much of that block of contribution back in. If you don't, no big deal, except now you're stuck with this money that you can't reinvest, right? But if you need the money, you can take the money. And if you need the earnings, I think I say that here in a minute. Yes, there's also a form that you have to fill out for the IRS that shows why I withdrew the money and I avoided the 10% tax on my gains. First time home buying, medical emergencies, health insurance needs. There's a whole list and I don't have enough time left in the video to cover it. But to the OP, the original creator, all you care about is shilling some app on the Play Store. Then if you want to give advice in a video, then make sure you have integrity, you're authentic, you're sincere, and you actually care about your audience. See, that's my big bitch, right? My big bitch is that Creators are making content and they don't care. Now, 401ks, no. 401ks, I saw you say 401ks are pre-tax. No. 401ks are not pre-tax. 401ks can be pre-tax if they are traditional 401ks. A traditional 401k is pre-taxed. It lowers your taxable income today because you never earned that money. But the problem is pre-tax 401ks, just like traditional IRAs, an individual retirement account can be a 401k or it can be a Roth. It can be a traditional or it can be a Roth. A 401k can be a Roth or it can be a traditional. What you want and what people, because people have never been given financial literacy, what they don't understand is that very, very, very rarely is it going to make sense that you want pre-tax contributions. And the reason, Sweeza, your 401k has your contributions post-tax and your company's match is pre-tax, because what's going to happen is you will have to pay tax on the company's contributions later down the road. That's why I don't like Roth 401ks where the company is contributing pre-tax and you're contributing post-tax. The whole point of Roth is supposed to be, I can make $7 million in interest and I never get taxed on it. But it's not quite that simple. If you have a Roth IRA, that's great. It's awesome. Make as much money as you can from it. Where people end up getting hosed, and I'll use the example of the story with my dad. I told it on Friday. I'll tell it again real quick. My father was retired, completely retired. Social Security retired. My father is fucking dinosaur era old, right? He doesn't have like a little bit of peppering. He's all salt and pepper, or he's all salt on the top. No, he's completely gray. He sold the store that he owned, and the way he had set up his business is he set it up as a limited liability company. When he sold the store, he made like $280 some odd $1,000, but that counts as income. So then for the next year, he got no Social Security because Social Security said, well, you don't need our money because you made money this year. The problem with a traditional pension or a traditional 401k or a traditional IRA is that if you're going to make infinitely more a year than your Social Security distribution, then that's good for you. But if you're going to need it to be a plus up, now you're sitting there, and this is where you find old people that are squeezing the belt because they can't do a disbursement from their retirement because they'll lose Social Security in the following year. And that's why young people need to know from the beginning what the rules of the game are. See, I don't mind when people want to make good content. And I don't mind if people want to make good intended content. But when they make content in order to shill some fucking app on the Play Store, when they don't want to actually tell you why this and not that, why that and not this. Are there times and places where it's better, depending on your job, when you're close to the Roth IRA cap? Because remember, if you earn more in earned income. No, he hasn't responded yet, but I also got up and made the video before the show, so it hasn't even been like 2 hours yet since I posted it. The problem is there's a cap to how much your adjusted gross income can be, and you're still eligible. Well, let me back that up. Not adjusted gross income. There's a maximum to your earned income a year, and you can still contribute to a Roth IRA. I've told people for years, if you own a business and you want to set your kids up, figure out how you can incorporate your kids into your business and pay them enough income directly that their earned income for the year reflects the maximum Roth IRA contribution. So right now, the Roth IRA contribution limits are $7,500. There's a lot of ways that I can move my wealth from my business to my kids. But the best way I can do that is to pay my kids $7,500. Take that money, put it all into the Roth IRA for my kid. And now that money is going to grow. Now, you got to be careful with this because you can't claim your 2-year-old is doing janitorial services. But if you have a 2-year-old and you have anything marketing-wise, video-wise, publication-wise that you need an image of a 2-year-old for, that's easy. You can take a photo of your kid, put it in your literature, and pay your kid a $7,500 modeling fee. That's earned income. Now, dump all of that into the Roth IRA. You got to pay them a little more because you got to cover for tax, withholding, all that shit. But now your 2-year-old has $7,500 in the Roth IRA. And that money's going to grow for 57 years. If you get a good interest rate, that money will double approximately 8 times. So 7,500 becomes 15,000, becomes 30,000, 60,000, 120,000, 240,000, 480,000. $7,500 when your kid is 2 years old can double into $500,000. Now, will it? Not necessarily. We had that period of time from 2009 till about 2013 where rates were just dog shit. But I would still rather cap off my Roth IRA. And some of you will remember what I said. The biggest pain in the ass for me was I don't have earned income anymore because I can't have earned income because my pension isn't earned income. A pension does not count as earned income. So I can't contribute my pension money into my IRA. What age did I start adding to my Roth IRA? 13 and a half is when I started contributing to my Roth IRA. From 16 on, my goal was, I think when I was 16, it might have been 4,000 a year was our cap, maybe 3,500. I don't remember what it was. But my goal was to earn as much money as I could to pay for my cars, pay for my clothes, pay for my concert tickets. But my real, and remember, I'll be the first to say, I've had to change the methodology. I grew up on 40% of your income goes to your needs. 30% goes to your wants. 30% goes into savings. And then periods of time, 30% goes to your needs, 40% goes into savings. Now, having been challenged by my community and I went and I looked at it, I don't see you living on less than 50% of your paycheck going to your needs. Your rent, your groceries, your phone, part of your phone bill, part of your car bill. But then out of the other 50%, 30% needs to go into savings and 20% needs to go into wants. Well, I can't afford all the things that I want. Then make more fucking money. Nowadays, people struggle to save 10%. You're right. And that is, people struggle to save 10%. Some of that is rising costs. Like, no shit, no joke, no bullshit. I empathize with people saying I can't afford to eat. I get it. I used to spend maybe $400 a month on groceries. Now, 2 things have happened. Number 1, inflation has gone through the roof. And number 2, I have a kid who's probably going to be 6'4" or 6'5". She's just a fucking monster. We've taken her to the doctor. The doctors are like, yeah, she's in another growth spurt. Well, when they're in growth spurts, man, they eat you out of house and home. I'm averaging about $35 a day on groceries. So that's quite a bit of money. And I get it. And we've got bills upon bills upon bills upon bills now. I want to roll over my 401k into a Roth, but I need to see what the penalties are. I think the employer match will be taken out if it's before X amount of time. I don't think you can. Yeah, you... Okay. First of all, you have to pay... So let me say this. Without knowing your specific situation with your 401k, I'm assuming you have a traditional 401k you're trying to roll into a Roth. A 401k and a Roth 401k. If the employer matches, number one, and I didn't intend for this to become a investment show, but I'm always ready to go this route. Does your employer match? If yes, you take whatever account you need to get that matching. Period. Dot. That is the end of your decision-making matrix. Yes, the match is better than having a Roth. The match is better. Because remember this, right? If the employer is matching 6%, and I don't know what your employer's matching, if the employer is matching 6% of your contributions, then your Roth needs to outperform that 6%. And your Roth needs to outperform the other account by 6%. So if your employer matches 6%, if you could get your money into a Roth, like my financial advisor looked at my situation, and I'm never going to need due to the changes in my life and getting my pension at 37, my financial advisor's like, you're never actually going to need your Roth IRA money. I said, you're right. I'm never going to need it. I'm never going to need that money. It's just there now. That money is there for like when I'm 59 and a half and one of the kids has a wedding, or one of the grandkids needs college tuition. Yeah, I need my G-Wagon. I didn't listen. I see I've maxed out their match. I think it's either 6 or 8%. Yeah, if you can max, always take the retirement account that they're matching with max. And I know some people are going to say, yeah, but then you're going to end up paying tax on the earnings. Right? I understand that. But like I said, in order for let's just say over here in the matching account, your employer is matching 8%. And over here, your employer is matching 0%. Well, if this account is making, let's just go conservative, 5% a year. Well, you're going to need to make 13% a year to stay on pace. Now, yes, there is the factor of, well, I don't need to quite make that much because in the end, I'll have to pay tax on this. I get that. I understand. But you can also leverage a traditional 401k or a traditional IRA in ways you can't leverage a Roth because of the nature of the Roth being post-tax contribution. Also, there is nothing wrong with having a traditional IRA that your employer matched for years and years and years over here. And then when you start another job that the employer doesn't match, you just go down to your bank and open a a Roth IRA for the years you're at that. You can have both, but what you can't do is contribute to both in the same taxable year. And again, that's very broad, but there's a reason why there's thousands of pages of tax law regarding it. Yeah, it's great. It's nice knowing that last year I made $18,000 tax-free. That doesn't apply to my AGI, so it doesn't get reported. But I need to relook at the Social Security form because obviously I'm not drawing my Social Security. Yeah, I wish there was only thousands. I haven't looked at the Social Security stuff for being 69 and a half because I don't plan, like I said, I don't plan on touching that money. And I don't know how it's going to affect my draw later in life. But this is just the shit that we're going through. So we have social media influencers that do not care about you. They could give two fucks, right? If you use the phrase G-Wagon, I'm immediately going to think you're unqualified to give financial advice. And speaking as a member of Generation X, most of the people in my generation are going to think the same. And then I'm sure somebody is going to say, well, I don't care about Generation X because great. That's awesome. I'm glad that you're willing to say, I don't care about Generation X. No problem. That's the right fucking answer. You're not my target audience. My target audience does not overlap on the Venn diagram with Asmongold's target audience. I don't want to fight with people that don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Like there was a lady who said each burger McDonald's serves takes 6,000 gallons of water. I did the math. You're telling me that a cow in its lifetime uses 5 million gallons of water? So I started going back and forth with this lady, and she's like, well, this USDA study accounts, because I said, you know, most of the feed that feeder cattle, beef cattle eat is wild grass. That's why that's why you've got ranchers that have hundreds of thousands of acres and they've got dozens of marked pastures. They move the cows around it. I've been fortunate enough to see a large cattle operation because it's a study in logistics and I was able to go out there and for learning logistics. Does the Air Force have cows? No. But do logistics processes for unrelated things sometimes spawn ideas? Absolutely. Watching a farmer move his cows around based on how the grass is. And then this lady's going on like, well, we have to account for the grass and the water because if the cows weren't eating that grass, then the water. Shut the fuck up. If I've got 100,000 acres of grass and it rains, my 100,000 acres of grass is going to soak up the water and grow as grass. Period. Dot. There is no, well, that water runs off to the aquifer, and because farmers, lady, the fucking water makes the grass grow. It's going to make the grass grow whether or not there's a cow there to eat it. So why are you trying to say because somebody has cows, it's impacting the water table, but you're not concerned about the 1 trillion plus gallons of water in Californian pools? Like, look, I'm so tired of arguing with fucking morons who cherry pick out of a study in order for them to say, this study proves my point. Nah, bitch, read the fucking paragraph before and the paragraph after. Yes, some agricultural enterprises impact green water. Absolutely. Vegans, I'm looking at your goddamn avocado farms in California. If we want to talk about wasted water in agriculture, California is fucking drying up, but we have enough money to input millions of gallons of water into avocado farms and what's that other useless fucking thing that uses up all the fucking water? Swimming pools, avocados, and one other thing that vegans eat. Absolutely ridiculous. Almonds, thank you. Thank you, almonds. Almond farms. Hundreds of millions. Like, look, I love an almond. Yeah, golf courses too, but almonds. I love me an almond. I don't like almond milk because there ain't no nipple on a nut. And we gotta stop this fucking world, man. You go in to order a coffee now, and they're like, we have almond milk, we have soy milk, we have wheatgrass milk. No, that's just blended wheatgrass, son. That's just water and grass. Like, they'll list you off 15 different types of milk, and I'm like, look, man, what I want is I want a caramel macchiato with 4 shots of espresso, 4 pumps of vanilla, a drizzle of caramel, and I want some milk in it that came off of a nipple. I'd prefer an udder, because this is Starbucks, this isn't Star Kinks. People drinking coffee made with human breast milk. What the fuck? I get whatever. We listen and we don't judge. Kinks only. But I'm so tired of living in a dumb fuck society. Look, if you haven't read the Department of Justice, yeah, espresso. Fuck off. Hiberno is my first language. We pronounce all the letters in words. Fuck off. It's why nobody could understand me growing up. It's why little Jalan had to spend extra time in phonics class. Some of you are like, what's phonics? Don't worry about it. Your generation failed you. But we've got all these people that are judging the ICE incident. And as you heard me say, right off the bat,
in my previous video.
Right off the bat, when I saw this incident, I said this was a bad shoot. I said this was absolutely a bad shoot right off the bat. I'll play this. Sensitive content warning. But the people here aren't sensitive snowflakes. So first of all, you have a guy screaming, "Get the fuck out of my..." I'd go arrest him. If they need somebody to sign the complaint, noise ordinance. What you don't see is, because you got a curated video, what we were led to believe last Wednesday when we watched this live is she was just attempting to turn. What they don't show you is the other video that a witness has finally revealed. It's from across the street. I don't have that one queued up. She blocked traffic for about 3 minutes. She's got traffic blocked.
No!
Why are you screaming no? That bitch put the car in reverse while an officer has approached the vehicle. Well, he's not law enforcement. Yes, the fuck he is. He is federal law enforcement. He has approached the vehicle. Well, he can't take you out of the car. Yes, the fuck he can. The Supreme Court has already ruled law enforcement, be it state, local, federal, can take you out of a car for officer safety.
No! Shame! Shame! Oh my fucking God!
Now, what you don't see, and we have later footage of this, the wife has gotten out of the car and is confronting the ICE agent that's here, and she gets in the car. The wife isn't even all the way in the car when she's saying, "Go, baby, go." Shouldn't you get a traffic ticket for blocking the road? Unfortunately, ICE can't give a traffic ticket. That is not inside of ICE's authority. But this is why they should have just taken her plates and arrested her at home or something. 3 shots to the face is a bit much. Okay, After seeing all the footage, I blame the officer. He never should have been standing in front of the car. Department of Justice policy says you cannot shoot inside of a vehicle even if the driver is using that vehicle as a deadly weapon, unless, subparagraph 2, you have to, in order to preserve the lives of innocent civilians. An officer cannot shoot a driver to stop a vehicle. Now, do the local police want to cooperate? That's the fucking problem we have. The local police don't want to support ICE. If the local police would do their fucking job and adhere to the detainers, yeah, I'm convinced he wanted to kill her. The way he said fucking bitch after killing her was cold. Yeah. Does ICE allow for detaining until local law enforcement can arrive to perform long-term detainment? Depends. It really does depend, because ICE can arrest an American citizen for interfering with an official investigation. ICE can arrest ICE absolutely can arrest an American citizen for interfering with an official operation. ICE can arrest an American citizen for obstruction of justice. What ICE cannot do is detain you if you're not doing anything wrong, and you don't even have to prove to ICE you're an American citizen. Now, this is where it gets dicey and spicy. According to 8 USC, I think it's 1325 letter E, any documented immigrant on federal papers is required to, at all times, if they are above the age of 18, carry a copy of their immigration paperwork with them and surrender it upon request to law enforcement. So if a cop walks up to me and says, "Can I see your paperwork?" No, because I'm an American citizen and we don't have a stop and ID statute in this state. Please articulate your reasonable articulatable suspicion of what crime I have committed, am committing, or about to commit. That should be enough to make ICE fuck off from the random interfaces. Now, what I'm going to say is this. I don't condone this position, but I understand it. Excuse me, sir. We believe that you're Juan Sancho and you're a Mexican illegal. Okay, but I'm not. I'm Jalan. I'm an American citizen. Go away. I don't want to engage with you anymore. I've identified myself as an American citizen according to your regulation, unless you have paperwork with my picture on it that says I'm not who I say I am. Fuck off. Now, the ICE agent can turn around and say, well, in accordance with 8 USC 1325 subsection E, I'm letting you know I believe that you're an illegal immigrant. I believe you are a documented immigrant, and I'm officially requesting a copy of your immigration paperwork. At that point, if I was an immigrant, I should say, well, yes, officer, here is what you asked for. And then the officer will say, well, you lied about your citizenship. I'm placing you under arrest. And that would be fair game. The officer says all that to me and I say, well, that's all interesting, but I'm still an American citizen and I'm still not playing your game. A smart ICE agent fucks off. Because we shouldn't have ICE agents on the street. ICE agents should be going to the jails, picking up all the people that are on detainers and processing them. If states would shut the fuck up, why does California and Illinois and New York want undocumented immigrants? Because they count for the census, and the census determines representation in the federal government, which I don't understand why we still need to do that shit, because everybody pays taxes. The IRS knows that some 17-year-old didn't fucking file taxes. Any federal agent can detain you if you're impeding an active operation investigation. Correct. ICE should be like the ATF. They should show up when they're called by the local police. Well, ATF shows up on their own as well. But ATF, when they show up on their own as well, they're showing up because they have paperwork that you filed that they need to follow up on. I think Trump wants to force this constitutional crisis so he can call up martial law. I don't disagree with you, but here's the big part. Here is my big part to this. We are in a constitutional crisis because the average person doesn't understand the fucking Constitution.
I'm just chilling at my job.
And because the average person doesn't understand their constitutional rights, I just don't understand why they're dressed up, why they gear up so much. Can't they just dress like in plain clothes? They aren't fighting cartels out there. That would be great, except a couple of them have already died this year from being jumped by people and killed by people and being firebombed and being drawn into an ambush. So let me tell you this, Nuz. The one and only time I was given an order to jock up because we had a credible threat that the protesters outside of our base were going to breach the base, and 250 of us, I was given command over 250 people and told to jock up. We're going to the gate. What I told them was, you don't rack a fucking round until I tell you to rack a round. Period. Dot. Because we were going out there with live ammo. Because there were like 1,000 of them and like 50 security forces. And what I said to him is, you don't rack around until I tell you to rack around. But god damn it, if I tell you to rack a fucking round, ready, aim, and fire, you fucking fire. Because then it's not, I'm going home to see my little girl tonight. This person, that person, they want to go home and see their kids tonight. People have got to get it through their fucking head. There are things you can do and things you can't do. Yeah, because we don't want criminals to have a fair chance to win against our law enforcement. Let's flip over to this. Let's take a look at this.
I'm just chilling at my job in the Uber, and this lady just pulls over, and she's like, are you a U.S. citizen? In a parking lot at work. That's the officer lady. And they just shot somebody right now in Minnesota. Imagine that. Are we in Germany? Why are you guys doing this?
You tell me, sir.
Why are you guys going around just asking people like at work whether they're U.S. citizens or not? Are you guys not supposed to be patrolling the border?
Do you want
No, they're not supposed to be patrolling the border.
to answer the question or not?
Why would I answer you? Where's your
You don't
warrant?
have to. We're running it like
Run your plates. You do whatever you want.
you can record. Feel free.
That's actually, let me say this. So far, this is a really good officer. We're running your plates. What people don't understand is that by virtue of driving a vehicle in America, you have already given implied consent to have your plates run. What people don't, except in California, because California passed this new whack-ass law, the other 49 states in the District of Columbia, a police officer doesn't need any reason to pull you over other than to pull you over. Can I see your license and registration, please? Here you go. Thanks. On your way. That's it. That's it. Yeah, she's saying you can record, feel free. That's a strong indication she's not doing something illegal.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy though, right? Like you guys leave the border and go harass people based on their skin color? Ain't that a shame?
Now, I will agree with that. I will agree with that statement right there. I know more European illegals than I know Mexican illegals. The new law in California is that in order to make a traffic stop, you have to have reasonable articulatable suspicion that a traffic infraction has occurred, and officers can no longer say license, registration, proof of insurance before they tell you what you did. In California, I have to walk up to your car and say, hi, I'm Officer Jalan, and I witnessed you blow a stop sign back there. Can I get your license, registration, proof of insurance? I think California was dumb as fuck for doing that, but if that's how they want to do it in California, do it like that in California.
Are you doing this to everybody or is just black people? Come on now, you know what it is. You guys just murdered somebody in cold blood in this city today, and God brought you guys to me at work. I'm literally working here. You know, I've been sitting here since 10 a.m. waiting for a ride, and right now I'm getting rides. And if I leave, I'm afraid you motherfuckers might just shoot me.
Well, if you're lawfully detained, you're good. But you know why they're giving you the business right now? Because you're acting like a fucking clown.
Are you a U.S. citizen, sir?
Why would I answer you?
Because if you're not a citizen of this country, you have to have your immigration.
Why would I not be a citizen of this country?
Actually, now you see that guy fucking spot on. If you're not a U.S. citizen, you have to have your immigration paperwork. All the fuck you had to say, yes, I'm a citizen. Can I see your ID? Guess what? You're sitting in the driver's seat of a vehicle. You are bound by constitutional ruling of the Supreme Court. You must surrender your driver's license because you are operating a motor vehicle. And all 50 states, the District of Columbia, the Samoan Islands, the Virgin Islands, and Guam have all said, we license our drivers.
Country, man.
What a ridiculous question. Why would I have an immigration?
Are you a citizen? Are you a dude? Listen. I'm here working. You're working too, right?
Right.
So go. It says U.S. Border Patrol. This is not the border. Go to the Canada border or the Mexico border.
If you were from
I'm
this
working,
country,
dude.
If you were from this country,
If
you know
what do
I'm
you
an
mean?
immigration officer.
And that right there, the creator of this video is a dumb fuck, because if you were educated, you would know that Border Patrol does not have to operate on the border. Border Patrol and Immigration Customs Enforcement can all do Department of Homeland Security immigration enforcement. Yes, the Border Patrol, quote, should, end quote, be on the border. But it's kind of like the Air Force should be at the airport, because without planes, we don't really do much, except when the Army and the Marines are saturated, Air Force security forces go run convoy. 21 Rs run convoy because there's not enough Marines. There's not enough Army. Well, Marines don't run their own logistics. There's not enough Army to do their convoys, so the Air Force runs convoys. We're all the Department of Defense. Whose job is this to do first? The Armies. Whose job is it to do second? The Air Forces. Well, somebody tell the Air Force we're saturated. We need some help.
What do you mean if I'm from this country?
I can hear you don't have the same accent as me. That's why I'm.
Oh, so you're going by accents now?
I want to know
Is that what
where you
it
were born.
is?
Where were you born?
Is that accents? Have you
See, now that's where he goes wrong, because where were you born has nothing to do with your citizenship.
heard the Israeli accent?
So, but we live in a country right now where everybody is so fucking amped up, right? Everybody is amped the fuck up for no reason. For no justifiable reason, people are amped up to shit. Look, I want to talk to one of these people that's actively against ICE. I could stomach it if this is how ICE was operating across the board. Simple questions and statement within the jurisdiction of their job. Not abducting people from their cars and dropping them off 2 miles away once they realize it's a legal citizen. People are getting shot in the face. People aren't getting shot in the face on a daily basis. Was that officer wrong? Yes. Was that officer in violation of Department of Justice policy? Yes. However, let me just say this. You can't make an omelet without cracking a few eggs. You're gonna have mistakes. But all the people that are celebrating Renee Good's, or I'm sorry, all the people that are condemning Renee Good's murder, and I'm going to put murder in quotes because I need to know more. But then that young lady that was killed, that Ukrainian refugee who was here legally, who got murdered on a train, by a guy who'd been in and out of jail 14 times. Are we saying that there's not crime every single day? Maybe if we got 40 million people in this country, well, 11.99 million people out of this country who aren't supposed to be here at all, and then maybe if we actually focused on not giving everybody a fucking visa who wants to come here, maybe we should put up the no vacancy sign for 10 years and say, look, we have a no vacancy, we have a problem right now because we're full. Now, here's the other funny part. All these other countries saying the whole world will fight you. Are you fucking dumb? Like, look, first of all, my British friends, viewers, there is no fucking way Great Britain, the United Kingdom, England ever fights us. Period. Dot. They won't fight us. Because every single time America has fought England, when we were colonies and wars that came after, we have beaten the dog shit out of England. We've just beaten England like a fucking drum. Honest to God. We beat England so fucking bad in the American Revolution, we made them our greatest ally through time. So let's just cut the shit. England ain't ever gonna fucking fight us. Australia ain't ever gonna fight us. Australia's gonna be like, hey mate, what you're doing is kind of wrong, but whatever. Someone pass me a beer. I'm okay with the ICE getting rid of all the illegals. I'm okay with ICE getting rid of all the illegals. I want them to do it, like, as I said, right? I actually have a written policy for how I want it done because I don't want there to be any confusion where somebody says, but Jay believes. Right here, the yellow column is what Jay believes. I want to remove everyone who shouldn't be here. I want to fix all the systems. Then I want to become a nation of legal immigrants. Yeah, Ireland, Aussies have Irish accents. Irish accent is about all I can do. I don't think that you should ever come to this country and then be given an asylum hearing in 90 days. You should have your asylum hearing fucking immediately. You literally should come into the country and I'm seeking asylum. Which judge is free? I see Judge Phelan only has one person in line. Go stand in line. Go stand outside courtroom number 3. Well, I need a lawyer. The fuck you need a lawyer for? Why? The argument of, well, they need time to get an asylum lawyer. Why the fuck are the asylum laws so complicated that a person can't come in and just say why they need asylum? Let's start with all those Asian massage parlors. Let me talk to you about those, because I can. They're not run by illegals. Those people are here with paperwork. They come in, they pay their fucking taxes. Kind of. Now, do I like them? No. Are they scams? Yes. Are they fronts? Yes. But I don't want to start with them. I want to start with actual drug runners, coyotes, human traffickers, people keeping other people in forced sexual servitude. I want to find them. And we've had a bunch of them in fucking custody. And what does California do? Lets them go. Yeah, it's the reason why they're next to the tax preparers. It's because they practice heavy tax avoidance. People, I get it. I absolutely the fuck get it. I even talk about, I talk about why people believe, yeah, let's give them CDLs and let them drive trucks when they can't read fucking English. And where do all those keep coming from? California. Why the Western world feels like it's falling apart. It's easy. The war in Ukraine, the Israeli invasion of Gaza, the United States dragging the president of Venezuela out in a night raid. Those things happen in every civilization, in every era. Let's just cut through the shit. Unless you're Jewish, unless you're Jewish or Palestinian, the Israeli invasion of Gaza didn't affect you at all. Period. Dot. Didn't affect you. Didn't affect you at all. The war in the Ukraine, unless you're Ukrainian or Russian, Polish a little bit, a drone fell on your house. The war in the Ukraine didn't affect you. The Venezuelan night raid to remove the president, it didn't affect you. You went to bed and Venezuela had a president. You woke up the next day and Donald Trump is the incumbent acting president of Venezuela. Ukraine didn't affect us at all. Not in the fucking slightest. Ukraine didn't affect us. It affected the country, it affected military logistics pipelines, but it didn't affect us. Give a shit. It's not like California got invaded by Russia. People are like, oh, well, yeah, you learned during Katrina and Flint, Michigan. The government doesn't give a shit about you. The civil war in Syria did affect EU in the long run through immigration. True. Our food costs aren't, American food costs aren't impacted by Ukraine. American food prices are changing. What kills me is we want to get rid of all the migrant workers. Okay? Why is beef $8 a pound? Because you got rid of all the fucking migrant workers. You know, the workers that had a visa and they came here legally and they were working at the food packing plant and you didn't like them, so you called ICE on them and they got harassed a bunch of times and they said, fuck it, I just won't come up here and work no more. And now you're an American who won't work at a meat packing plant? I told you, I'm tired. I am tired of bullshit people wanting a handout from their government and then being mad when the government can't solve their problem. If you want the government to raise minimum wage, shut the fuck up. You don't have a basic understanding of economics. You simply don't. When you buy into this hype of, well, the workers should get a fair share of the profits. Cool. The workers should also buy in and take a fair share of the risk. I open a bar. 30% of my expenses are payroll. 30% are product I sell. 30% is the facility, the equipment, the electricity, all of that. 30 plus 30 plus 30 leaves 10% for me. So I've sacked $500,000 into getting a bar up and running. If that bar doesn't make $500,000 back, I lost money. I had to buy the location or rent the location. I had to buy all the equipment. I had to set the bar up. I had to put the kegs in the basement. I had to set up, the taps. I have to buy shelves for the liquor. I have to train people. I have to buy cash registers. I have to buy kitchen equipment or at least kitchen equipment. Well, why do I only get paid $13 an hour? Because that's all I can afford to pay you. Well, then I don't want to work here. Then don't fucking work here. Well, it's the only job I can get. Well, then give me some time to get money back on my investment so I can do things like, I don't know, pay my mortgage. And then when there's money, see, where we have the problem is when businesses are profitable and they're not drowning in debt. That's when the owners don't share the profits. A lot of illegal immigrants are really productive, more productive than American citizens. Yes. Abso-fucking-lutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. You heard the guy when this whole crackdown on immigration started months ago, a year ago now. I showed a video of a guy, and he owns an orchard, And he says, yeah, the migrant workers don't want to come around because they're being harassed by ICE. So I tried hiring Americans, and Americans don't want to do the work. And Americans are like, well, I don't want to pick fruit for $12 an hour. Okay, how much do you want to pick fruit? Well, I want $20 an hour. Okay, great, $20 an hour. Why the shit's an apple $9? Because you wanted $20 an hour to pick apples. Well, now I can't afford apples. No shit. It's not like you fucking have a PhD in apple picking. It's not like you invested $100,000 into know how to pick apples. You have a menial labor job. Look at all these fucking social media influencers that have convinced you that you should be paid a living wage, but then they never tell you what's supposed to be paid for by that living wage. You want to know where the problem is? People want to live in the same house that they grew up in, but they don't want to recognize that your parents worked hard and your house appreciated in value. Neighbors 3 houses down, they found out that a bunch of the houses around here sold for $300,000 or more. They put their house in the market for $325,000. Well, where's your improvements? Your yard looks like shit. Your fence looks like shit. Your landscaping in the front looks like ass. Your siding is the original siding from 2007. Your windows are the original windows from 2007. The garage door, same thing. Why the fuck do you think your house is suddenly worth $325,000 when you paid $140 for it? You didn't do anything to improve it. Meanwhile, the guy that has taken off the standard stock narrow slat siding, put a nice bright blue thick siding, took off the crappy plastic shutters, put up wood shutters on this. They don't function, but he put them up there, changed the door, changed the windows, changed the front landscaping, leveled off his front yard. It looks nice. He's got a beautiful fence. Yeah, his house went for $325,000. Yeah, you have brick. People just don't get it. Man, I want to be able to, like, my daughter was hilarious at first. My daughter didn't want the deal. She decided, I don't want to go to school. I don't want to go to college. I want to do what I want to do. And she tried to live her life the way she wanted to live her life. Then she realized, working 40 hours a week, I still don't make as much as dad was giving me in pen money. My daughter used to get mad. She used to get pissed off. Gave her about $70 a week spending money. And she'd get mad. And she's like, well, you guys don't give me much money. I pay your rent, I pay your internet bill, I pay all your utilities, I put food in your kitchen, I put gas in your car, you don't have a car payment, you don't have insurance. And you think having $280 disposable a month to spend how you get pen money. And you ain't doing shit. And you're mad? Well, it doesn't give me enough money to do what I want to do. Great. $70 a week at 19 years old with no bills. No bills to pay out of that. Rent paid for, food paid for, car paid for, phone paid for, internet paid for. $70 in pen money, spending money, play money. Well, it doesn't give me enough money to do what I want to do. You had $10 a week to do stuff? There you go. I have a really efficient idea to get productivity out of illegal immigrants. You don't have to have an efficient idea to get productivity out of illegal immigrants. Why does anybody think we need to get productivity out of illegal immigrants? They are the most productive people. We need to get productivity to get the fucking people who won't get a job off their ass. I don't understand why my lot in life is so bad. Well, what do? I drive for DoorDash? Oh, you're a fucking moron then. You're a fucking moron. You're driving for DoorDash, you're losing money. Well, if people would tip better. You got a $5 tip on a $10 tab. You got a 50% tip. Here, let's just get rid of DoorDash. Let's get rid of DoorDash. Let's get rid of Grubhub. Let's get rid of Instacart. Let's get rid of Home Shopper. Let's get rid of all that shit. Well, think about all the jobs you're going to get rid of. And? Look, man, if you want a fucking cheeseburger and fries, get your ass off the couch and go get a cheeseburger and fries. If you don't have the willpower to do it, you don't really want a cheeseburger and fries. Well, I'm depressed and I can't leave the house. Yeah? I'm a recluse. I don't leave my house often either. I go to the market. They know me. It's a small market. It's a town of less than 10,000 people. I go to the market during the day when most of those 10,000 people are either in school or work. Going to the market, burger patties, burger buns, little fresh onion, go home, make a cheeseburger. Yeah, make a cheeseburger yourself, easy. Remember about a year and a half ago where I had to explain to people who had never been taught how do you make a steak? Making a steak is fucking easy. You have to try to fuck up a steak. Steak is literally mildly warmed pan, stainless steel. You don't put anything into it until the pan is hot. How do you know if your pan is hot? Put your fingers under the faucet, splash the pan. If the water all evaporates, the pan's not ready. If the water beads up and dances, the pan is ready. Spray it with some high smoke point oil, not olive oil. Olive oil. Well, my mom cooked with olive oil. My grandmama cooked with olive oil. Then go home and slap your mom and your grandma because you don't fucking cook a steak with olive oil. It's a low smoke point oil. You need a high smoke point oil. Avocado oil. Canola oil. Canola oil is on the lower end. I can't use avocado oil. My family's allergic to avocados. Put the steak in. Put it on one side. Leave it the fuck alone. Watch it. Flip it over at the 2.5, 3 minute mark. But I like my steaks well done. Get the fuck out. Nobody likes steaks well done. It's called shoe leather. I will accept a medium well. There should be pink in the middle of your steak. If your whole steak is brown, the fuck are you doing with your life? Flip the fucking steak over. Another 2.5, 3 minutes on the other side. Period. Take the steak. Put it on the plate. Well, it's not going to taste very good. Yeah, but did you burn it? Is it cooked right? Oh, it is? Great. Lesson 1 learned. Step 2, the next time you do it, take that shit out, put it in the microwave. Don't turn the microwave on. Let the steak sit in the microwave for 30 minutes to warm up. While it's in the microwave warming up, onion salt, garlic salt, sea salt, and crushed peppercorn pepper on both sides. Butter as an oil is good. But then you have to know how to butter bathe the steak, which is a different technique. Not that much harder, but you have to know what you're doing. Absolutely can use butter as your lubricant, as your non-stick. Absolutely. In fact, some of you should try this. You have your steak, and on like an angle, make some cuts in your meat, and then slide a slab of butter into your steak. Yeah, you have to keep putting the butter on top consistently while cooking. You have to butter bathe. Absolutely. Just keep going. But the problem is, like Rail said, put home economics back in school and teach people to cook. A whole generation that can't be bothered to burn water because they didn't know what the big square thing in their kitchen. Right. It's like we're living in a world where people are fucking delusional. What's my other delusional? People literally have said after the UN condemned the United States and Donald Trump basically said, that's cool. I recognize your condemnation. And by the way, we're just going to plan to take over Greenland now militarily because it's pretty clear none of you can stop us. President Trump has ordered a special force commanders to draw up plans to invade Greenland. The plan is being led by political advisor Stephen Miller. According to our sources, the president has asked JSOC to prepare the invasion plan, but is being resisted by the Joint Chiefs on the ground that would be illegal.
I'm not talking about money for Greenland yet. I might talk about that. But right now, we are going to do something on Greenland, whether they like it or not, because if we don't do it, Russia or China will take over Greenland, and we're not going to have Russia or China as a neighbor. Okay?
We're not going to have Russia or China as a neighbor. You ignorant fuck of a president. You can see fucking Russia from Alaska. All of you that don't know this, you can see Russia from Alaska.
I would like to make a deal, you know, the easy way, but if we don't do it the easy way, we're going to do it the hard way. And by the way, I'm a fan of Denmark too. I have to tell you, and you know, they've been very nice to me. I'm a big fan, but.
Fuck is this moron wearing on his lapel?
You know, the fact that they had a boat land there 500 years ago doesn't mean that they own the land. I'm sure we had lots of boats go there also, but we need that because if you take
500 years ago, we had boats going anywhere.
Look outside of Greenland right now. There are Russian destroyers, there are Chinese destroyers and bigger. There are Russian submarines all over the place. We're not going to have Russia or China occupy Greenland, and that's what they're going to do if we don't. So we're going to be doing something with Greenland, either the nice way or the more difficult way. Please, go ahead, ma'am.
On Greenland, Mr. President, why is it so important to you to own it when you have a military presence there, which you could expand to effect security?
Because when we own it, we defend it. You don't defend leases the same way. You have to.
See, this is what makes it so hard to hate Trump. Because he will say things that are right.
Own it. And, you know, with a nation, look at what happened with Obama, with that horrible deal they made with Iran. It was a short-term deal. It was like a 9-year deal. Countries can't make 9-year deals or even 100-year deals. Countries have to have ownership. And you defend ownership, you don't defend leases. And we'll have to defend Greenland. If we don't do it, China or Russia...
I'm so fucking tired of hearing his bullshit. It pisses me off. How is Trump a king? Like, he's authoritarian, so is Biden. Biden was not authoritarian. Trump is acting like a dictator because Trump knows that the Constitution is written in such a way to tell the president what he can and cannot do, to tell Congress what they can and cannot do. And it's the only way a republic works. The only way a democratic republic works is if people are willing to act democratically. The president damn well knows, his advisors damn well told him, you cannot go into Venezuela and take their political leader. You cannot do that. You could do that if the Congress declared war on Venezuela. You could do that if the UN Security Council said remove him. But the problem here, the United States acts with impunity because who can stop us? And I saw somebody said, well, if the rest of the world teams up on the United States, the rest of the world will win. Okay. Does it matter that the U.S. and most of our allies don't recognize him as the legitimate leader? It doesn't matter what individual countries think. What matters is what the UN thinks. Because to give you the 50,000 foot view of human nature, human psychology, government, sociology, all of this, humans are tribal. Humans are tribal by nature. And the problem with tribal by nature is tribes are normally family-based. Well, the problem is I have up to this as land, and you have up to this as land, and now we have a problem because my tribe and your tribe are butting heads together. Now, the Native Americans, the indigenous people of North America, they had a different social contract than the Europeans did. Most of the Native American tribes conducted war in such a way that it was like the first death ended the war. Now, wasn't that way for all the tribes, but a number of the tribes, they did war like games, like competitions. In Europe, Europeans have been killing each other since forever. Europeans view ownership of the land differently. Native Americans sold most of America to the invaders because they don't think about land ownership the same way Europeans do. The trinkets, the beads, that the Native Americans assumed that was for rights to use the land. That was like a, hey, we're going to share this land with you. Remember, Native Americans were here for thousands of years, and there were always plenty of buffalo. The white man came to America, and within 100 years of transcontinental existence, where the fuck are all the wild buffalo? Native Americans kill a buffalo, they use every piece of it. Every piece. Bone, sinew, tongue, hide, horns, skull. They use every piece of it. White man shoots buffalo from the train, stops the train, grabs the hides, goes back in the train. The thing Europeans don't get about NATO collapsing is border conflicts are really common, but they don't always escalate in a war, but Europeans don't do that. The winner takes all. Well, NATO collapsing doesn't really change anything for Europe, except now the US doesn't spend $50 billion a year defending European countries. All these people that are talking this mad shit about the rest of the world versus the US, I don't think people grasp this. I'm gonna just throw up some stats. Aircraft carriers. The US has 11. The rest of the world combined now has 12, with the two Chinese ones being former floating casinos. And I'm not joking, you can look it up. When it comes to helicopter carriers, we have 9 of those. The rest of the world has 20. We do technically have 12, but the Navy doesn't count that 12th one, so I'm going by what the Navy counts. We have 70 submarines, and the rest of the world has 394. Now, I saw Fei Lin mention this. The US has 70 submarines, the rest of the world has 394. if we kick that shit off, we know where every single Russian submarine is, even their nuclear subs, because they knock like shit. And the U.S. naval officers, the submariners that I've talked to, they laugh because the Russians are trying to be sneaky and shit. And the Navy literally can bring up a map and within a few meters, knows where all the naval submarines are. Yeah, Ukraine has killed 2 Russian subs and Ukraine doesn't even have a navy. Now, the Department of Defense has 630 F-35s. Now, we have 635 F-35s. Here's a really big part about what the rest of the world needs to sit the fuck down and shut the fuck up about threatening the United States. The F-35 is not just an airplane. It's a complete weapons system. 90% of the F-35's capabilities are tied into the fact that every F-35 is contributing to every other F-35's knowledge of the airspace, the battle space. They all use US satellites. The moment we turn that shit off, congratulations, the rest of the world has F-35s that become the equivalent of a 4th gen fighter. They keep thinking of the F-35s as a dogfight, you won't even see it. The other problem is this. The rest of the world, our allies have the F-35, but they don't have the means to use the ISR package because we provide that. Number 2, if the rest of the world starts fighting with us, we don't send you spares. And although you can make some of the spare parts, part of the control of our weapons programs is we don't allow you to have all of the spares. Also, what I want to remind people of is we are by law not allowed to sell the F-35 or the F-22. We can't sell the F-22. And yes, we have the next gen fighter in development. So yeah, the US has 13,000 military aircraft, and the rest of the world has 35,000 military aircraft. You have no way to project that force to the US. I hate this situation. I don't want to be in this situation. But do you remember Independence Day? Where like when the war started, like the first 24 cities were just wiped out before anybody knew what was going on? We have those 11 aircraft carriers that are going to take 11 countries out of the fight in the first reloading sequence. And it's not trying to brag. It's the rest of the world is silly as shit for allowing America to become so powerful. Like, yeah, China has a deep water navy. People are all like, yeah, they can't even reach us. Half their boats can't make it here. Neither of their carriers can make it here. Half their shit would struggle to make it to Taiwan. People are like, oh, China has a bigger navy than the US does. China has 800,000 tons of naval combat vessels. We have, without revealing the other shit we don't catalog, China has about 850,000 tons of naval vessels. I'm allowed to give a range of 4.6 million. Do you know what the fucking difference there is? It means, yeah, sure, you've got a bunch of boats on it. Yeah, China can't even keep their own boats from crashing into each other. China can't even keep their own submarines out of their own submarine nets. Meanwhile, one aircraft carrier, like, fire the first round of Tomahawks. Sir, 48 targets down. Should we launch fighters? Not yet. Fire the second round of Tomahawks. Sir, 100% of this country's air defense capability has been neutralized. Hard or soft? Hard. It's blown up. Okay, now launch fighters. Hey, B-2 bombers. 57 minutes out? Cool. Hey, naval aviators. You have 45 minutes to make sure they don't have any planes in the air and they don't have any active runways. Why? Because Big Dog coming through and gonna level, I don't know what the fuck he's gonna level, but it's not gonna be there. Like, we have the B-52 that'll probably still be in operation when the USS fucking Starship Enterprise takes its maiden voyage. Every fighter we have can refuel midair. And that's the other problem. Do you think all these other countries have aerial refueling? No. Dusty, there are people in the UN saying that if the United States takes any hostile act towards Greenland, all of the UN will fight the United States. There are politicians saying that, and they don't get it. The United States has the first, second, and fourth largest air forces. We have the first and fourth largest navies. We're one country, and we have 3 of the top 5 air forces and 2 of the top 5 navies. Yeah, China's long-term plan is to beat America economically, not militarily. China will talk shit because they have to talk shit. China doesn't want no piece of a fight with the United States. Russia, people are like, oh, and then the United States would have to deal with Russia. Russia is still regarded as the 4th best military in the world, but Ukraine isn't number 3. So how the fuck can Russia be the 4th best military in the world if they're the 2nd best military in the Ukraine? We gotta educate people, and people need to stop being dumb fucks. Gotta have people stop being fucking dumb fucks. Look, Russia's cooked after this war. It'll take years for them to mobilize their armies again. Yeah. China can beat us economically. No, they can't. China cannot beat us economically. I don't know why people keep repeating that bullshit. If the United States gave a shit enough to build what we need in America, and by the way, China doesn't make anything that Americans really need. China makes things that Americans really want. China makes shit tier steel. And people use it because what they're building it for, shit tier steel, is good enough. We have the ability to make steel in America, but we don't have the ability to make it cheap enough. When it is cheaper to buy steel from China and transport it over deep into America, and yet there is a steel manufacturing place 100 miles away, well, part of that has to do with 50 years of bad tariff control. But also it has to do with people don't understand the intricacies of economics. People are under the belief that if we put a protective tariff on steel, more people would buy US steel. What they failed to realize is some projects just wouldn't get done. If I have $500,000 in my budget to buy the steel and I can't buy the steel, I can't do the project. That means none of the other parts of the project get done, which means none of the other money gets spent. I live in a place, I'm not bullshitting you. There are 60 plus hotels in that direction. There are 48 hotels at the next little civilization. By the next one, there's 60 plus hotels. Why? What the fuck is going on here? I never see those hotels jammed. Why not buy Vietnamese steel? It's cheaper and higher quality. I mean, they can't produce as much, but we should still buy more from them. Why? Yeah, 130, 140 hotels in my local area for some unknown reason. By the way, Chinese steel is cheaper than Vietnamese steel. I just had to look at the price pointing. So yeah, it's still cheaper to buy Chinese steel than Vietnamese steel. China understands undercutting, because at the end of the day, Vietnam's long-term goal is to sell their steel to China, and then China will use that to make goods. No, I'm sorry. I'm going to stop you. You are Bugs Bunny, and you have taken the way wrong right-hand turn at Albuquerque. China doesn't buy Vietnamese steel. China produces its own steel in bulk and will oftentimes sell steel at a loss so that they don't have a backup of their production pipeline. Because in China, because they are a communist-centric economy, they don't want there to be no need for steel for 2 months. China only can maintain control over 1 billion people by those people being cogs in a machine that never have a disruption to their day. China keeps producing steel and they'll sell it at a loss just so that the steel moves from the steel plant to the dock. The dock has stuff to put on the boat has stuff to take to the destination. I'm not seeing, like, I'm not seeing any reports that back up what you said. In fact, I am seeing on the global movements, Vietnam imports Chinese steel for construction projects and sells their steel as a commodity because that's more beneficial to them than to use domestically produced steel. They can buy Chinese steel cheaper, so they buy Chinese steel, they export their steel to America, and it works out better for Vietnam. Do you think their Golden Initiative, Golden Road, will be successful against the U.S. hegemony? No. Because at the end of the day, when people run out of money, they stop buying, well, they should stop buying unnecessary products. China doesn't produce things Americans really, really need. Should we ever use Mexico as the new China? What do you mean? I have no idea what that statement is supposed to mean. We buy stuff from China, or I'm sorry, we buy stuff from Mexico. We have a trade agreement with Mexico. We send in-process goods down to Mexico. They work on them. They send them back as a new tier of processed good. We take that processed good and we use it in the manufacturing of finished products. They have cheap labor. We can make jobs there and lower immigration. I'm going to pick on you for a second. I'm going to pick on you. What problem are you trying to solve? In what problems do you recognize creating? Why the fuck do you think so many Americans can't find a decent job? Because Americans got lazy and they didn't want to do rough jobs, hard jobs, mean jobs, tough jobs, dirty jobs, gross jobs. So we exported them all. And then Americans believed that the service industry was going to, like, this is the problem with American history. So at your usual company, right? You've got 4 tiers. You've got the C-suite, right? The CEO, chief executive officer, all these. And these are the rich motherfuckers. And then you have the VP, this is the senior level. And then you have the middle manager level and you have the worker level. Now, the problem here is back in the late 50s, 60s, and the early 70s, before 1973, when we switched from a hard currency standard to a fiat currency, these guys had a good life. These guys had a better life. These guys had a great life. These guys had the best life. And then the workers were complaining that loans weren't available, and they unionized, and some of the stuff the unions did was good. I don't want kids losing their fingers in machines. I want kids to get an education. I want women to be able to have jobs. I want all that. I want all that good shit. But then what happened is the profits got smaller. The workers got greedier. I'm not saying I agree. I'm not saying I disagree. I'm just stating a fact. The workers wanted a bigger slice of the pie. But the workers wanted shit that was non-conducive to stability. And then workers, like an insolent child, said, well, if you don't give me what I want, I'm not going to work here. Meanwhile, in the 70s, there was the Chinaman who was willing to work for pennies on the dollar if you sent the work to China. Well, who the fuck's fault is that? The business owners, because they should have taken care of their constituency at home. The government, because they should have taken care of their constituency at home. The workers, because they should have realized my needs were being met and I decided to be a mouthpiece because I wanted more. Well, now what? Now we've got 7 million men, just men in this country, who've elected to leave the workforce. We have people that will continuously say it's big corpora's greed. That's the reason why the workers are failing. Except they don't understand that publicly traded companies have to abide by a court ruling that says they must take every action necessary to benefit the shareholders. Well, why can't companies just, because it's illegal? Well, why can't the company? Because it's illegal. The SEC requires publicly traded companies to maximize profits for their shareholders. In fact, you are required by law to notify your shareholders if you are going to do something which is known to be not the most advantageous course of action to your shareholders. And when you notify those shareholders, they have the ability to respond and hold a vote. People say all the time, well, the workers create the wealth. No, the workers don't create the wealth. And I know it's hard for people to hear. You don't create the wealth. You didn't create it. You created the thing that creates the wealth, but you were compensated for it with a wage that you agreed to. I'm gonna take a quick break and then I'll dial in on that a bit more. Okay, so people have a misconception about where the value is and where the wealth is. So I taught a class for domestic violence pretrial diversion. You had to take the class every week for 16, 26, 32, or 52 weeks, depending on what the judge decided. So here's where we run into the problem. The class costs $25 a week. And I'm going to say I have 20 students in my class. So each class makes the company $500. How much should go to the instructor? And this is where we run into a lot of debate. You know, you have $25 cost and you have 20 clients. And obviously $500. Well, some people would say the teacher of the class should get half. Okay. So $250 goes to the teacher. Okay. Well, what about the facility? I'm not teaching it in my fucking kitchen. I'm not teaching it in my living room. So we have to pay to be at a facility somewhere. What about the secretary, who also is the payment processor? Well, she needs to be paid. What about the owner of the company? What about all the licensure? Well, this is a fixed cost every year. The company has to pay for their licensure. So we need to give money to the facility. We need to rent a space. The owner needs a draw. The secretary needs a draw. But some people, their belief is that the teacher of the class generated the wealth, so half the wealth should be theirs. Well, that doesn't leave a lot of money for those other 4 mandatory things, does it? Isn't that why game companies lay off employees once they've completed a game in a lot of cases? Break, yes it is, but that's because they're laying what you need for implementation isn't the same you need for sustainment. So, for example, you have a 250 person staff and you have 50 artists, and of those 50 you have 15 environmental artists because you were building a really big world. Well, once you go over here, this is design, and this is sustainment. There isn't a place for 15 environmental artists on the sustainment side. There's a space for 3 for your expansion. So 12 of these people need to be let go because what you need is 12 GMs. You need to reallocate money because I don't need 15 environmental artists, but I do need to have 12 GMs in order to keep the peace. So, you need a different thing now. Isn't it cheaper than ever to produce goods? Well, where? Because no, it's not cheaper than ever to produce goods. If I pay for labor in Illinois, I have to pay $15 an hour for that labor, minimum, because that's the minimum wage. So why the shit wouldn't I move my company out of Illinois to a state that doesn't have a $15 an hour minimum wage? Because then I can make it cheaper to make my products. Exxon CEO says Venezuelan oil is uninvestable. Trump is inclined to exclude them. Why would Exxon want to be involved if that's what they believe? Because that's just a common tactic to get more money. Somebody says this is unobtainable. Somebody says the juice isn't worth the squeeze. So they have to have a reason that they feel that way. And some of those companies have been burned in the past by the US. Some of these American companies set up shop in Iraq, and then unfortunately, they invested a bunch of money. They got their money back, and then the Iraqi government was like, well, we don't want to do business with you anymore. I'm only willing to invest $500 million if I think I'm going to make $50 billion over 10 years. But when I put in $500 million and you give me my $500 million back, I could have kept that money in the bank and made interest. I don't remember, and this is the other thing people forget about all aspects of business. And I'll use myself for example, because it's always better when I can use a me example rather than somebody else. So PGN Music. I am at approximately $35,000 invested into PGN Music, give or take. And some people have said I'm an idiot because I will never make my money back. And at face value, they're correct. Because at face value, short-term development, short-term return on investment is people are looking to get their money back within a couple of weeks. They're not looking to get their money back in a decade. But if you remember, I don't particularly care about making money for the company. It's nice to make money for the company because the more money that the company makes, the more tips, bits, subs I get. It allows me to give more to charity. Like last year, I donated the lion's share of the roughly $1,000 we donated to Extra Life. And I don't mind doing that because money is tight for people. But somebody would say that my investment into PGN Music is a waste because I'm never going to see that. I'm never going to see that money again. And at face value, they're absolutely correct. No argument. Well, right. I don't think that's right. You have to look at compounding gain. What's better, 1 million an hour, a penny today, and double the previous day's amount every day for 30 days? Yeah, but you're using a rogue situation because you're using a mathematical paradox that teaches people to actually do the math rather than make assumptions. The issue with Venezuelan oil is it's somewhat difficult to drill and of lower quality compared to ever elsewhere in the world. People got to stop that shit. Stop parroting that shit. Because all that is fucking dog shit. I am fucking tired of people saying that it's of a lower quality compared to elsewhere in the world. So is Canadian oil. But the way oil works is I get 50 million barrels of Venezuelan oil, and I have 10 million barrels of American oil, and I blend out the 50 million bad barrels of Venezuelan oil with the 10 million barrels of oil that's really, really high, rich quality, and now I have 60 million barrels of oil that takes the same amount of effort, energy, resources to refine. People got to stop. People have got to fucking stop with this bullshit and their bullshit excuses. What the Exxon CEO is saying is because he wants to move a political position. Because everybody that works in petroleum knows you're full of shit. Because everybody knows nobody really wants to straight refine Saudi Arabian oil or Alaskan oil because you're not getting more out of it because it's a higher quality. It's not like these pylons produce 2 gallons of oil or 2 gallons of gas per oil. It's just the bullshit in the numbers and the figures. It's like people made a big deal years ago because we gave North Korea heavy oil in the nuclear program, and people are like, oh, well, the heavy oil was needed for the nuclear reactors. Shut the fuck up. The heavy oil that was given to North Korea is heater oil. It's the shit that you can't refine down for gasoline, diesel, aviation fuel, or lubricants, or food products, or plastics. It's literally the crap that's left, and it still burns. Chevron has refineries for this type of oil. Yes. Chevron does. BP, British Petroleum does. Exxon does. They all do. They all do. If you're going to make a penny today, 5 pennies next month, 20 pennies over the next quarter, $2 the next year, you may not make 12 million, but you're going to make some money in consistently increasing amounts. Yes. And that is where, investment comes back on, be it companies investing in Arabian, Middle Eastern, Venezuelan oil, or me building a bar for $500,000. And people are like, a bar doesn't cost $500,000. If you don't realize how quickly you can hit $500,000 starting a bar, you've never looked into starting a bar. Between your rent, your kitchen, and all your equipment, holy shit. Exxon trying to master the art of the deal. Yeah, well, that's what you have to do. Now, I do agree that drilling oil in some places is a giant pain in the dick, and a smart society would get the fuck off of oil so that we can extend the life of oil for the things we need oil for. For example, Cybertrucks. They look like fucking dumpsters. Every time I see a Cybertruck, I half expect to see a raccoon pop out of the back of the Cybertruck. Cybertrucks aren't going to replace F-150s. But Teslas are a great idea. Passenger vehicles are a great idea. But it sickens me that Tesla fans don't understand that buying a Tesla in an area that burns coal literally shit on all of your environmental positive impact and actually caused a detriment to the environment more than if you had just driven an internal combustion engine. Teslas should not be allowed to be charged at homes that aren't fueled by nuclear, solar, wind, or hydro. Period. If you are on a fossil fuel burning power grid, you should not be allowed to have an electric vehicle. You should have to buy a diesel generator to run to charge your car. They just opened a Tesla charging station by the Target. It's always got like 6 or 7 cars in it. What a fucking racket that is. They seem like fake trucks. They are. But if we could, like, Elon Musk once said it would take 480,000 square kilometers of solar power to power the world. He's not entirely accurate. He's right on the amount of landmass it would take to generate all the power the planet needs, but we need to compensate for loss in transmission. We can't put solar power everywhere we want it because Minnesota, Michigan, Wisconsin, North Dakota, South Dakota, Washington, they don't necessarily have the amount of sun per day they need for solar to be viable. But there's absolutely no fucking reason why the South isn't using more solar. Yeah, and now you need batteries for the whole thing. And unfortunately, mining lithium mining cobalt destroys the fucking environment. When somebody's like, well, I drive a Tesla, so I'm not polluting the world. Bullshit. Yeah, Washington isn't measured in rainfall days per year. It's measured in non-rainfall days per year. Now, does your solar panel work when it's overcast? Yeah, a little bit, but not to maximum efficiency. So you need to compensate by having more panels than your needs. But now, like you said, we need batteries. We need batteries to store all this power. Well, until we can get lithium and cobalt out of the ground in a cleaner, more effective way, we need to slow the fuck down, because there are landfills filled with first generation solar panels. There are landfills filled with first generation wind turbines because they knock them down and they put new ones up. We have people that have been so convinced by shit from fucking dumbasses. Literally fucking dumbasses. Make, like that guy today. Don't make a fucking TikTok video and then try to put somebody on blast who says you're the reason why the young generation is poor, because giving somebody advice about money isn't a 59-second thing. Giving people advice about money and telling them here's one reason not to invest in Roth IRAs. The money you're putting into your Roth IRA should be money that you don't need. And if you need that money short term, and then, but when he goes on to say you can't use it for buying a house, well, then you're full of shit and you don't know what you're talking about. Then you're a dumbass. Yeah, it can't be helped. Most humans just want two things more and something else. Most humans, most people, like, and this is maybe why my perspective is a little different. I always had enough food growing up to be fed, but not enough food to be satisfied. We weren't starving. We weren't like dirt poor poverty. Appreciate that subscription at tier 1. That means you went into your pocket for that one. I appreciate that. Oh, and so did Phelan. Phelan's been here for 61 months. I didn't see his pop up earlier. But when I was growing up, there was always enough to live, but never enough to be really satisfied. Now, I remember talking to my father growing up as a boy, and I had a great father. And he said, well, then don't make a bunch of mistakes when you're growing up, and always look forward. Always be looking forward. I didn't like my lot in life, so I worked hard. My peers, my friends, like, I remember I wasn't going to be able to go anyway because I was only 17. A lot of my 18-year-old friends in their senior year of high school, they went to Cabo for spring break as seniors. Now, number one, I didn't even bother to ask my parents because I knew I was only 17. I knew they were going to tell me no. Number two, I didn't have the money to go to Cabo. Number three, I didn't want to give up the opportunity to work for 6 days and make money. But my friends thought going to Cabo for spring break as high school seniors was this like great rite of passage thing. So they did that. I was in college. I was working my job. I was working my second job. I was working my work-study job. I graduated college with no student debt. Other people that I know they're still paying off their student debt. People I know in their 40s are still paying off their student debt. Venezuela never really got their oil industry going because of one reason and one reason alone. Oil around the world is a pain in the ass to drill. There are places that drilling the oil is easy. There are places we've had to refine oil drilling because it gets harder and harder to find the shit and get to it. But Venezuela never got their oil industry going because they had their drug industry going. Why do you want to work hard setting up an industry that is less lucrative? And all it takes, though, is a professional oil company to go in there, get it set up right, like the US did in parts of Iraq, like America did with the AMCO, the Arab American Oil Company. Go over there and set it up and get it going. The problem is, everybody gets greedy. It's like I said, I have $500,000 invested in a bar. And this isn't like, it's not a lot when you think about it, because you're talking about, now, it doesn't mean I went out of pocket $500,000. Let me foot stomp this. That doesn't mean I went $500,000 out of pocket today. Doesn't mean I had to have $500,000 on the betting line to start. But I have a 3-year lease on a building, right? I have a 3-year lease on kitchen equipment, bar equipment. So I have to take the total amount of all of those leases and know that's what I need to be able to cover. Because guess what? I'm probably not going to cover all of my bills for my bar in the first month while I'm trying to build my clientele up. But workers, they get paid every 2 weeks. If you've ever heard the expression "old man Sanders never sweat a payroll," it's because Bernie Sanders likes to talk a lot of things about a lot of jobs, but he's never owned a successful business. Bernie ain't ever been up at 2 o'clock in the morning trying to figure out where to squeeze another $200 out because you have to cut payroll checks in the morning. Bernie Sanders ain't ever been down at the blood donation place with their spouse donating plasma so that you could buy groceries because there was no money left for a draw this week. That's what people have to realize. And I'm not against workers being taken care of. But if you come into work for 40 hours and I say I can pay you $15 an hour, so you got $600 from me this week, don't you fucking dare turn around and open your mouth that it's not fair. Because what's not fair is you don't realize that this week my owner's draw was 3%. And I'm the fucking owner of the place and I only made $480. You got paid because your cost is a fixed cost. This is a must pay. You worked, I must pay you. What do you think happens to a bar at what do you think happens to a bar that a rainstorm comes in, or a snowstorm, or a cold front? The bartender's there, the cook is there, the waitress is there, but the people don't come out today. Well, some people make the easy argument of, well, I would just close my bar then if I know I'm not going to make any money. Okay, so you closed your bar. Except now, you miss your food hours to alcohol hours, and the liquor license guy is there to say, hey, you're not adhering to your liquor license. I used to see my boss's pay, and his weekly was about third half of what we each got. Right. I'm not saying that capitalism on paper is great. I'm not saying that capitalism in execution is great. Yeah, why do so many people think that the bar owners are the bartenders? Because they can't afford to pay a bartender. And as an owner, if you're filling any function at your bar, Maybe you don't want to expand. Maybe you don't need, maybe you want to be a bartender. Maybe you want to be Sam from Cheers in 10 Bar. But you still need Coach and Woody to be there when you have to be in the back. You need Carla and Diane to take the drinks to the table. But where we run into the problem is that people that have never, ever owned a business start talking about how business should be. But if you think it's so fucking easy, just go start a business. And until we get back to telling people that they're wrong, like, we've become a society, a culture, a world where you can't utter the phrase, "You're just flat wrong." You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. It started in my generation. Teachers telling you, if you don't do good in school, you're going to grow up to be a garbage man. And what? The garbage man makes more starting than you do as a teacher. And the garbage man got his job at 18 right out of high school, didn't go to college, didn't go $100,000 into debt to get a degree, to get a job making $64,000 a year. Garbage man got that job. Garbage man got that job at more than $64,000 a year, plus overtime, plus holidays, plus benefits. Why would teachers ever say, like, I know garbage men that make $100,000 a year. And meanwhile, you got Bernie Sanders. Quantum, what you're missing is you're focusing on the refining part. Salty Bread is talking about the accessibility of the oil part. You guys are arguing two different points. Venezuela absolutely exports oil right now, all the time. The problem is Venezuela's easy to access deposits are like America's easy to access deposits. We still have some that are easy. Shit, man. There's oil deposits that you drill 50 feet and you strike oil. There's other places where you have to drill 2,000 feet, inject salt water, float the oil up, purge off the salt water, and then that becomes an additional cost. We don't have a way, like, yes, and I've down here in Southern Illinois, you wouldn't think it, but we have oil fields here in Southern Illinois. There's oil fields anywhere there were dinosaurs. The problem is, it's a pain in the ass to get to. It's a straight pain in the ass. Now, when I say it's a pain in the ass, but they're still producing 1 million barrels a day with their infrastructure, with China being the main buyer, shipping it all the way there. Right, but let me stop you there. Who gives a shit? They're producing 1/9 of the oil that the U.S. is capable of. I no longer look at our daily production schedule because my retired job doesn't require me to look at that statistic daily. It is 1 million barrels of oil. And you're absolutely right. It's 1 million barrels of oil a day. And in order to maintain that pace of 1 million barrels of oil today, their efforts are going to have to ramp up as they start, for example, fracking. As they discover an oil deposit. Remember, when you drill for oil, you want, and the best idea, you want to be able to drill straight down. Being able to drill straight down when drilling for oil is infinitely safer, better, faster, more effective. Some of the places that they have oil deposits, though, they're not going to be able to drill straight down. They're going to have to drill at an angle because there's a mountain up here, or there's a lake up here, or there's civilization is up here, whatever have you. This is where the cost comes in. Every time I have to do something other than drive a straw straight down in the ground and get oil out of it, it costs me more money. That's where Exxon's bitch is. Exxon's bitch, Exxon's concern to the president isn't there's not oil to be had there. It's, hey, the oil that's to be had there is going to dry up soon, and then we're not going to be able to get a barrel of oil for $1 investment. We're going to have to spend $2 a barrel, so that's what we want to be compensated for. It'll take years to get Venezuela up and running to produce a meaningful amount of oil into the market. Let me see. I would say yes. Without being there, without having the details, Venezuela in 2024 was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8th down in OPEC exports. They exported $15 billion of oil. Now, some of it, yes. With some of it, an industrial company will be able to go in and start tapping those easy deposits. Also, part of it, though, is Venezuela has one of the largest oil deposits, but Venezuela is smart about it. Venezuela doesn't necessarily want to speed run through their oil deposits, because as oil becomes scarcer, it becomes more valuable. Why do we focus on cars getting 30 miles a gallon, 35 miles a gallon, 40 miles to the gallon, 50 miles to the gallon? We think it's for the consumer? If we were still rolling around in gas guzzlers that were getting 12 miles to the gallon, gas would be $18 a gallon right now. Ask your European brethren, ask your English brethren to tell you what a cost of a liter of gas is. Because they don't buy the shit by the gallon. They buy it by the liter. They spend 3 times as much on gasoline as we do. Europe also has the advantage of public transit. Eventually, those difficult to reach deposits will become way more profitable. Yeah. 125 euro per liter. So $1.25 times, nope, not 1025. 1.25 times 3.7. So you're spending 4.625 euro per liter. I'm spending less than $2 a gallon. You're spending 3 times the amount I spend on fuel. If there's money to be made, there's no doubt the problems will be solved. You're right. You're absolutely right. That's why we came up with fracking. But the big problem is, until people realize we need to get off of the oil tit as much as we can. Shit, man, out in Arizona, 25 fucking years ago out in Arizona, I saw the homes in a subdivision get built with the sand decks and the enclosed sand decks with the big lava rock things. And all day the sun shines on the sand deck and heats up these lava rocks. And then at night, you just press a little button and an air blower blows through your sand deck, pulling the hot air into the house. So it keeps your house, like in the colder months in Arizona, when you normally would run a heater, you've got just this natural rock heating. I'm not convinced they aren't pumping more because of a strategy. It's just they're unable to invest in it. Plus, it's crappy oil. Yeah, you might not have been here when I talked about the crappy oil thing. U.S. refineries want to buy the crappy oil because the U.S. oil and the Saudi oil is too good to refine. So they want something to cut it with. Like, we do a cut on U.S. oil to make specific aviation fuel. And we can only make this specific aviation fuel with Saudi oil from some of their wells and some American wells. We have certain planes that have to run on aviation fuel that can only come from some sources. But after that, it makes a lot more sense to mix it and blend, bring its quality down, because we don't need it to be this high quality. So they blend it down. It was like, I saw a gas station, it made me fucking laugh. Gas station was out of 87 octane, so they were selling 91 octane for the 87 octane price. And people are like, this is great. What does your fucking engine owner manual say? Run on 87 or 89 octane. Do not use 91. The viscosity of the fuel going through your fuel injectors, you need the other shit. It's like, yeah, you burn the shit out of your engine. It's like if you have a Bosch dishwasher. I like Bosch dishwashers. I just do. You must put jet dry into them. And people are like, well, I don't like jet dry on my dishes. Then don't buy a Bosch. Because a Bosch needs it for two reasons. One, for your dishes. Two, it uses it as a lubricant and a cooling for the system. If you don't want to use jet dry, don't buy it. It's not an option. Jet dry is optional for most dishwashers, not for Bosch. It needs that shit. But people don't know that. Oil is the heroin of economics. On a global scale, will eventually run out, and most oil nations get Dutch disease. Well, you're absolutely right there. And when you come to the point of certain countries that operate on their strategic oil reserve, when we run out of oil, Saudi Arabia's royal family will absolutely get crushed the moment, like the Lannisters, their fuel supplies are dried up. Once they don't have the money anymore, it's going to be game over for them. Because without the money is power. Money is absolutely power. That's why so many working class individuals feel like they're powerless. Because they don't have any money. Money makes the world go round. Money wins elections. I would absolutely love to run for politics, but I can't, because I absolutely do not have a sugar daddy, a sugar mama, a bankroll to run for politics. That, and I wouldn't win in politics because I don't do pay for play. I don't do quid pro quo. I don't do tit for tat. I mean, I like tits, but I don't do tit for tat. It doesn't work when you're trying to be the only person with values and morals and integrity in a system with no values, no morals, and no integrity. People are shocked at Donald Trump. People are still shocked by the shit Donald Trump does. Why the fuck would you ever be shocked at anything Donald Trump does? Donald Trump's going to invade Greenland. Yeah. If you run, you will get Andrew Yang. Let me respond to that. Andrew Yang had some good points. But the problem is Andrew Yang and Vivek Ramsaway and Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis, they all lost to different political opponents because they only have 10-word answers. Donald Trump always has the next 10 words and the next 10 words and the next 10 words and the next 10 words. It doesn't matter that the 30 following words are all bullshit. And it's like, I'm going to steal this joke from Robin Williams, but it doesn't matter that Donald Trump says things that even people with Tourette's syndrome look at him and they say, no. It was a shock to see the system when Donald Trump won the nomination. I feel he's only around because people were tired of bullshit politicians. Donald Trump won the nomination, and where I'm telling you, Ron DeSantis and Nikki Haley and Vivek Ramsaway, although Vivek was smart, Vivek is in the Trump administration. When you have a guy that you know is going to win, don't oppose him. Concede and carve yourself out of position. What did Kennedy Jr. do? Kennedy Jr. was a fucking Democrat. The Kennedys have been Democrats forever. All fucking Kamala Harris needed to do was sit down, talk to Kennedy Jr., and, ready? Offer him the VP slot. If Kamala Harris had offered Kennedy Jr. the VP spot, Harris would be president right now. Did some research, it has to do with Venezuelan laws and legal frameworks of oil, which gives PDVSA guaranteed majority stake in all activities related to the oil sector. Yeah. Venezuela is into democracy. Venezuela requires, yeah, I'm aware. I was looking up something specific. I didn't remember which law it was. Venezuelan law, Venezuela controls their oil, but guess what? Venezuelan law doesn't matter right now. People need to stop thinking other countries' laws matter. I'm pretty sure fucking international law says you can't blow up boats. Pretty sure international law says you can't seize oil tankers. Pretty sure international law says you can't kidnap the head of state of a sovereign nation. The Vance Waltz debate was the best part of the election. Politicians having an actual debate about how to improve the nation. I could be easily impressed compared to what we've experienced. Exxon's not salty because of that. You think that shit applies to the United States? What are you thinking? We literally stole their president. We don't give a shit. We'll just take their oil. Yeah, but Quantum Traveler, I've already had to stop you twice today because you're arguing to argue. The only way an argument works is if you're actually arguing against the point the person is making. Like, when you were arguing before one fact and Salty was talking about another fact, that's fine. It's fine to have an opinion. But an argument only takes place on the same level. I like cheeseburgers. All right? I like Thai food. Well, I like cheeseburgers. Okay. Are we talking about what we like? Or are we talking about what we're getting for lunch? Or are we talking about why Thai restaurants don't serve cheeseburgers? I like Indian food. Yeah. Why is there no beef in it? Because cows are sacred. Yes, a lot of countries require, like China, for example. Most industries in China require you to do business through a Chinese company, video games specifically, but a lot of businesses require you to do business through a Chinese intermediary because China is not a democracy. China is not a republic. China is very much a communist dictatorial oligarchy. It's not a dictatorship because power is not centralized in just one person. It's centralized in one party and the members of that party. Russia is a dictatorship, but Russia has elections. Yeah, you remember when Russia had rules about Putin being president? And so he became prime minister and Dmitry Medvedev was the president. The president? Yeah. Give me 1 second. I'm going to go check on my wife who's back from the hospital, and then I'll be right back. All right. Sorry about that. My wife has to have surgery tomorrow, and of course, the hospital didn't have her come in and do all her pre-surgery stuff. So, is Trump acting an imperialist manner by threatening to invade Greenland and removing the Venezuelan president? Yes. Trump is acting in an imperialistic manner because what he's trying to do is disregard the sovereignty of other nations and make them part of America. So this is going to be, let me bring up the map because this is going to be an interesting one. So if you're not familiar, if you're not familiar with the map of the United States, right? And a lot of people aren't. It shocks me as a former social studies teacher how many people don't understand that the top of the United States isn't a straight line all the way across. So a lot of people are under the assumption, and I'm not even joking with you, and I wish that I was. A lot of people are under the assumption that all of that is the United States. A lot of American teenagers think Toronto is part of the U.S. Montreal is part of the U.S. because they think that it's like, holy fuck, look at a goddamn map. Now, it would not be a imperialistic idea if, say, let's just say Toronto wanted to join the United States, the Toronto area. So we come down here, and what we're going to say is these people here decide they no longer want to be Canadian. And so they talk to They talk to their government. The Toronto leadership talks to America, and yada, 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 yada. Toronto votes to leave this little area, votes to leave Canada, votes to join the United States. And the United States is like, look, we're just going to tell you what the process looks like, but we're not going to get involved. We're not going to exert any force or pressure or economic pressure, political pressure. But you could turn around and make the argument that if Canada wanted to do that, much like, you know, in theory, if Minnesota wanted to join Canada, right? There you go. But some people are confusing colonialism with imperialism. And you can't turn around and say every foreign meddling is imperialism because it's not. Colonialism is a specific type of imperialism. Yeah, colonialism and imperialism do overlap, but how you do it is different. Puerto Rico is not an example of imperialism. Puerto Rico is an example of colonialism. Guam, imperialism. No, colonialism. Because we're there. We're physically there. If Greenland wanted to break away from Denmark and join the United States, that would be okay. But even the 57,000 people in Greenland are like, we don't want to be part of the United States. Puerto Rico is an example of us letting them have the milk for free. Yes. If after this upcoming, you know, anarchy, if I end up as the president of the United States, Puerto Rico is going to be told shit or get off the pot. Either become a state or get the fuck out. Puerto Rico gets the best of everything and doesn't have to deal with the worst of anything. Now, here's, I want to show you the problem with American media versus a Middle Eastern media. Now, do you think you've crossed the line when Trump ought to be impeached? Yes, Trump should be impeached. Trump should be impeached because of his actions with Venezuela, actions with boats, actions with tariffs, actions with the State Department, actions with USAID, actions with Elon Musk. Elon Musk should be arrested for any number of violations of federal law. I want to say this, and it shocks people. It is a fucking crime. It is a goddamn crime to mishandle classified information. In my shop, I routinely had to carry classified information between my building. I worked in a vault. I was a mobility officer, a contingency officer, and I worked in the operational vault, and I had to routinely drive up to the strategic vault because intel is in there. Now, you would think it would make a whole lot of sense to put the operational guy and the strategic guy in the same building, but they didn't. So I would routinely carry classified information back and forth with me. I didn't even take that satchel home with me, ever. The only place I ever put classified documents was in the satchel. Every time I was finished for the day, I opened up every part of the satchel put all of my paper into the bottom drawer because that was like my scrub drawer. I refiled anything that had a classified file number. And all of my work paper, I just put into the bottom drawer, and it was labeled as work product. And then I put the satchel in the bottom drawer, so there was never any, well, I saw you carrying that satchel. The fuck you did. You didn't see me carrying that satchel out off the base. No, the fuck you did not, because I carry a regular black backpack to and from the base, and I carry a very fucking bright brown satchel moving back and forth between two buildings. What level? Any classified. If it is classified secret, it's a crime to mishandle it. The higher up you go, the worse it is. You had Elon Musk's army of fucking millennials connect an email server to a classified server. TS and above requires 2-person. There is some lower than TS stuff that can require 2-person. And then there's specialty stuff that can require 2-person. There's also, I mean, as you know, there's workrooms where there is no work in progress. There are workrooms where there are no pens, there are no scratch paper. Every piece of paper is accounted for. So it depends on what you're working with. But I've seen military people get their balls in a vice over handling of classified, yet Elon Musk had his fucking team of wonder weenies set up a fucking email server to a classified server. You ran all of Social Security through a fucking AI learning model. Like, look, I get it. You found some mistakes. But there's a lot better ways to go about it than the way you did it. We're headed back to the might makes right global political era. Yeah. Yeah, any politician who fucks with classified gets no consequences. But I want to show you a big difference between American media and Middle Eastern media. Here is Middle Eastern media. This is Al Jazeera. I don't care if you like Al Jazeera or you don't like Al Jazeera. If you think that they're anti-American and they make shit up, they don't. Never found one made-up story on Al Jazeera. Why? Because the truth is stranger than fiction, and they don't have to make shit up. Iran, here's your live updates. Iran, Israel, they're covering, right? Little sport thing up there. Writer declares solidarity with hunger strike for Palestine. Elon Musk changing the Iranian flag have any impact on the ground? You know, they got a lot of stuff. It's all pertinent worldwide stuff. NPR News. How IVF has led to a record number of single moms in their 40s. Marrying for health insurance. The 2026 global winners. The Justice Department subpoenas the Federal Reserve. Nationwide anti-ICE protests call for accountability after Renee Good's death. Where's anything about Iran on the front page of NPR? Associated Press. Deaths in Iran. Some Iran. Yeah. Is the internet still down in Iran? I don't know. Let's find out. Yes, Iran is still effectively down for most people. A nationwide digital blackout starting on January 8th. I'm not trying I'm not trying to discount what the Iranian people are going through. But why should an American who can't make their rent, who can't, who can't put gas in their car, who can't buy groceries, why should an American who can't do any of those things for themselves give a shit about Iranian freedom? We spent hundreds of millions of dollars in ordnance bombing an Iranian nuclear enrichment facility. I'm not even going to remotely quantify how much it costs to fly one B-2 bomber around the world, let alone multiples of them, let alone all the fighter escort, let alone all of the refueling escort, let alone all of the controllers, ISR, all the people. Like, that was thousands of people involved in that. And yet, yeah, why are we giving millions to people who hate us? Why not let them hate us for free? Exactly. I am not against charity work. I think charity work is great. I think charity begins at home. I think if the people of California want their lives to not suck, tell your governor to cooperate with ICE. I think if the people of New York want their lives to not suck, tell your governor and your mayor of New York to cooperate with ICE. I'm in Illinois and my governor wants to fight with the president. Look, fight with the president all the fuck you want. But when it comes to something that is black and white law, get the fucking illegals out. Get the criminals out. Get the documented workers properly documented so they can work and pay taxes. Period. Done. Why? I do not understand why people are protesting against ICE if they're Americans. If you are an American and you are protesting against ICE, explain it. Why do you want people to make your life worse? Well, they're just coming from... I understand where the fuck they're coming from, all right? I'm the son of an immigrant. I get it. They're coming to America because America is better than the country they're in. I fucking get it. I understand. But we have Americans that simply cannot make ends meet. Not as many of them as they like to cry poor mouth and get patted on the head and get free shit. But we have a lot of Americans who are doing everything they're supposed to be doing, and the world is getting worse faster than they can take the bucket and empty out their boat. Donald Trump has said some things and people are mad about him. I think the problem with America currently is Donald Trump could single-handedly fucking cure cancer and 50% of the country would hate him for it. I'm not saying I support Trump. I don't. But I'm saying we have turned hating Donald Trump into a fucking sports agenda. You hate Donald Trump. He wants to put a cap on credit card interest rates for 1 year. And people are against that. Maybe if credit card companies weren't allowed to fleece you for 30 fucking %, maybe some of you wouldn't be in the financial hardship you are because your credit card would only allow you to go tilt to so much. I have, and there are reasons, I don't need Trump to cure cancer, just wanted no tax on overtime and to use tariffs to lower income tax. Dude, let me stop you real quick. Let me stop you for something. Tariffs were never going to help you because you're paying the tariff. You're paying the tariff. Amazon gets charged, or I'm sorry, Walmart gets charged 10% tariff on their bananas. So they increase the price of bananas by 8%. Makes sense, right? Walmart paid $1 for a banana, was selling it for $2. They were making $1 profit. Walmart gets told they have to pay 10 cents of a tariff. So they raise the price of bananas by 8%. And now they're making $1.06 in profit. So you paid the tariff and you paid 6 more cents to Walmart's profits. No tax on overtime? Did you never actually listen to what he said? He never told you there was going to be no tax on overtime. He said there was going to be no federal withholding on overtime. You were still going to pay that shit in April. No tax on tips. Ladies and gentlemen, you want there to be tax on tips. You want your tips taxed. Because your Social Security, when you're 69 and a half, is based on your highest 40 quarters of earning. Or 30 quarters of earning. You have to have 40 quarters to qualify, and it's the 30 highest quarters. You want your overtime taxed. You want your tips taxed. You want your overall tax requirement dropped. You want your overall liability to come down. Let me grab the tax thing. What you want is you want this to change. We say that a living wage is $15 an hour, which means $31,200, right? It's been a minute. $31,200. So everybody's saying, "Oh, Bernie Sanders is so great. They want a living wage of $31,000." Then what needs to happen here is the taxable income should be 0% up to 31,200. And then from 31,201 to 47,150 should be taxed at 12%. But now the problem is, are we talking about taking away all the taxes? Are we talking about taking away Social Security and Medicare and FICA and FUTA and all that? But Jay, what about the Statue of Liberty? Shouldn't we let everybody in? No. We should let everybody in back in the time where we were the country from sea to shining sea and we didn't have any population. Now we have a population. Canada wants to fucking criticize America for immigration policies, then you fucking take them. President Jay, how are you going to stop all the fucking illegal immigration? Because I'm going to stop fighting with fucking Mexico. Okay? I'm going to stop fighting with Mexico because it's a stupid fucking thing to fight with Mexico. Watch this shit. President Jalan today announced he's working with Mexico to stop illegal immigration. And I'm not going to spend umpteen billions of dollars building a wall in hundreds of miles of wall here. I'm going to work with Mexico and Belize, or fuck them. I'm just going to work with Mexico. And I'm going to build a wall fucking here. Because Mexico doesn't want a wall on their border with the U.S. because they don't want them either. Build a wall at the Panama Canal? No, because we don't want the Hondurans, the El Salvadorians, and the Nicaraguans, and the Belize and the Guatemalans here either. Let's just put a fucking wall. Is it just because of the cartels the reason why people are fleeing up here? No. People are fleeing to America because life in an American ghetto is safer than life in some of the middle class areas of South American countries. I had a guy once, while I still streamed ArcAge, guy messaged me and he was really thankful. And I had a hard time with he was translating through Google Translate, and he said, I just want to thank you for your gold making guide. I'm a police officer in Brazil, and I make more money selling gold using your gold making guide than I do as a police officer. I was able to move my family from a really shitty, dangerous neighborhood to what we would call a nice neighborhood selling ArcAge gold. Well, how the hell am I gonna want to stomp out gold sellers if this guy did it to move his family? It's not bad governments, it's not bad people, it's just you don't have freedom the same way. America is the only country in the world that has as many codified, enumerated civil liberties. Here is the real shock for you. Other civilized nations that criticize the United States do so with a freedom of speech at their political level that their citizens don't enjoy, in reference, in some countries, to talk about their own government. So other countries' leaders can shit talk the United States, but if their citizens shit talk the government, they'll be taken out into the street and shot. Any of my English, British followers, go up in front of a mosque and ask two gentlemen standing outside of a mosque if they want a bacon, lettuce, and tomato sandwich. See what happens. One guy's already been arrested for it. One guy got arrested in England for talking about bacon, and he wasn't doing it in a direct, he was literally talking about bacon, and it offended Muslims. Now, somebody gave me this, and I had to dig into it because I thought to myself, as you know, on my Discord, I don't allow isms. Now, I don't always see every single thing everybody posts, but I don't allow isms. I don't allow sexism, racism, transphobia, homophobia. Now, I do recognize that some people, very, 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 very few, because Muslims can't eat pork. It's not halal. Pork is like the devil to Muslims. The United Arab Emirates is restricting their nationals from enrolling at British universities over fears that United Kingdom campuses are being radicalized by radical Islamic groups. This is beyond hilarious. The UAE has a lower tolerance for radical Islam than UK does. And I said to myself, all right, I need to look into that because I don't allow isms. And it's more true than it is less true. It's more true than less true. Although they haven't made it strictly illegal, they have started putting in restrictions. I don't know. Sounds like they're easy to offend if offering them a sandwich would piss them off. You're missing the point. It's not about whether or not they're easy to piss off. It's about, if you're going to tell me I live in a country with freedom of speech, then I should be able to say mostly anything I want, as long as I'm not advocating for violence. Yeah, your friend isn't allowed to eat ham in the workplace lunchroom anymore. Yeah, it's the government who arrested you. Right. Basically, it'd be like putting someone in jail for using the wrong pronoun. Right. That California passed. That California shit where they said, it's, why can't they be more tolerant? Because they don't have codified freedom of speech. That's why. See, I think it is a travesty that sorry. People, I mean the Muslims, why can't they be more tolerant around pork and other things? Dude, why should they be? Why the fuck? Why should people need to be more tolerant against bigotry? Look, you walk up to a mosque eating a pork sandwich. You know what the fuck you're doing. You know what you're doing. You know you're being a confrontational, fucking provocative asshole. Like, period, dot. You know that. You know what you're doing. It's like when you go places, I'm all for First Amendment auditors. I'm all for First Amendment auditors. But, like, my friend can't eat ham in the workplace, but you got to tell me why. Why can't your friend eat ham in the workplace? Does it have to do with Muslims? Does it have to do with Jews? I'd have to see why specifically. Mostly Muslims working there. Okay, so you have mostly Muslims working there. So if the majority of people there can't be around ham, can't be around pork, then guess what? Your friend is now experiencing what happens when you're in the minority. Let them restrict themselves, not going around slapping sausage out of your hands. See, the problem is, for example, a lot of people in the military are intolerant of Muslims in the military. I'm not. I had individuals who did their fasting, and I had to tell them, I said, hey, look, we need to talk about Ramadan. And we need to talk about Ramadan because it's ass hot here and I need you to not fall out. Now, if I can, I don't know, other religions have adapted. Why can't they adapt? Magnus, you're a fucking bigot, man. You're a fucking bigot. Why should the religion have to adapt? You work at a place that's mostly Muslim. Be ready to adhere to Muslim requirements. I can't open a fucking pack of peanuts on an airline because there might be a person with a peanut allergy. No, if the airline tells me I can't open peanuts on their airline, I can't open peanuts on their airline because it's their fucking airline. I don't get to say, why can't the person with the peanut allergy, why can't they have one flight a day for peanut allergy people? If the airline tells me I can't do it, I can't do it. Period. It's not my airline. Your buddy doesn't own the place. If your buddy works at a place that's predominantly Muslim and the Muslims can't eat in a room at a table where there's pork, Is it Sikhs that seal their dagger sword? Wait, what? I have no idea what your context is. But the religions haven't adapted. Guess what, man? Jews have maintained kosher for 4,000 years. Wait, is that a thing? We can't eat peanuts if someone has a peanut allergy? Yes. If somebody with a severe peanut allergy gets onto an airplane, they can tell the flight attendant, hey, I have a severe peanut allergy. And then the flight attendant will make an announcement and say, ladies and gentlemen, this is to let you know that somebody on board has a severe peanut allergy, and we're going to ask that you refrain from opening anything that contains peanuts or peanut dust. Now, some people will say, fuck that, I'll open what I want. That's great. But guess what happens if somebody has an in-flight medical emergency? Even if they administer an EpiPen. Ladies and gentlemen, this is just to let you know that we're going to be landing in Atlanta because we have a medical emergency. They go shopping, though. Magnus, I'm going to stop you because you're going to walk really, really quickly into being a fucking racist bigot. You know where a lot of Muslims shop? At places that don't have pork. You do realize that Jews have kosher grocery stores, right? Where everything in the grocery store is certified kosher? Orthodox Jews haven't asked mainstream anything to adapt. In areas where there are dense groupings of Orthodox Jews or Hasidic Jews, yeah, Muslims have halal grocery stores. So they're not asking the rest of the world to accommodate to them. Christians, on the other hand, yeah, packaging that has a K on the triangle to let you know it's kosher. No, you are walking up to the line of being a racist bigot when you make statements like, I don't know, other religions have adapted, why can't they adapt? Which religions have adapted? You can't really say other religions have adapted when America is a WASP country. It's a white Anglo-Saxon. No, Christianity hasn't adapted at all. Tell me how the fuck Christianity has adapted. Christianity's way to adapt has been to kill all of the people that don't agree with what the Christians want to do. Love thy neighbor as thyself, except those black savages in Africa. We'll just throw chains on them. And did the Pope say shit about it? No, he did not. Why the hell, when you study early American history, is this a WASP nation? White, Anglo-Saxon, Protestant. Does anybody get confused when the money says in God we trust? It doesn't say in Yahweh we trust. It doesn't say in Allah we trust. It says God. We know which God we're referring to. One nation under God, indivisible. We know which God is dividing the nation. Pennsylvania is a state formed by William Penn, the fucking Quaker. There are LGBTQ plus in my church now, accepted and supported. Then let me help you out with something. Your church is a progressive church that has created. You are not a mainstream Christian faith if you have an LGBTQ plus presence in your church. What are you, non-denominational evangelical? Non-denominational? Non-evangelical? Because I know you're not Catholic. I know you're not Orthodox. And I know that because the two largest sects of Christianity on the planet don't allow for LGBTQ. Just because, and I want to remind you, even when it comes to religion, there is two sects of Judaism. There's subsects, but there's two sects of Judaism. There's 6 sects of Muslim. There's like 200 sects of Christianity because anybody can start a Christian faith. So when you say my church, I don't give a fuck about your church. What denomination is your church? Because you're either Catholic, Greek Orthodox, Church of England, Protestant, or Baptist. Everybody after a Presbyterian, kind of large, everybody else is like, hey, we don't like these things about the church, so we're going to create our own church and we're going to follow Jesus, but we're not going to follow the rest of the teachings. Oh, by the way, not to shit on anybody's Christianity, but if you're not Catholic, you're wrong. According to Jesus, not me. The big JC said that. The risen Christ says if you're not Catholic, you're wrong. Just in case anybody's wondering. So, I can't believe Jay said that. I didn't say it. I'm just Jay. I'm not JC. He did where? And you are Petra, and on this rock I shall build my church, and whatever you bind on earth I shall consider bound in heaven, and whatever you loosed on earth I shall consider loosed in heaven. Jesus Christ appointed Peter the first pope of his church. So that's where it's the first sacred promise. I went to Roman Catholic school. Is that part of the same one? Yes, Roman Catholic is Catholic. Why is it the Roman? By the way, for those of you that aren't aware for this, Roman Catholic, and the reason why it's called Roman Catholic is where the fuck do you think all the wealth of the Roman Empire went? It's in the basement of the Vatican. And by the way, if you need the actual citation, I was going to be wrong. I was going to say it was Matthew 16:5. It's actually Matthew 16:18 and 19. So yeah, it's Matthew 16:18 verses 18 and 19. And I gave you the common translation. I didn't give you the organic original verbiage because yeah, it's condensed. But we've got to get over this problem in the world. Here's my beliefs. Here's me inside of my belief structure. My beliefs are my boundaries for what I can do and what I can't do. Right? You're not in my bubble. My beliefs have nothing to do with you. Now, my beliefs might dictate to me that I can't associate with you, but my beliefs are my beliefs, and your beliefs are your beliefs. And where we have a problem, right, is that everybody gets caught up in this idea that their beliefs or their views should be allowed to influence other people. And to some extent, it should, but not nearly as much as people are leading it to be. Like influencers, I started today's show in my political article today that I wrote, and I'll occasionally write these. I will write them as I feel good enough, like as my hands don't hurt, right? I will write political articles like this one. And I think that we are fucked as a society. I think we're fucked as a race. I think we're fucked as a planet. Because influencers, are you saying that we shouldn't eat pork in public? No, I'm saying that if you're going to eat pork in public, be fucking respectful and mindful of where you are. If you're walking down the street and you've got a pork sandwich in your hand, I understand that sometimes you have to walk and eat. But if you got to walk past the mosque, wrap that shit up, shove it in your pocket, walk past them. 99 times out of 100, they ain't gonna say shit to you other than good morning, good afternoon, good evening. All you have to do is be fucking pleasant. Good morning. Now, your buddy works at a place that's predominantly Muslim. Your boss or his boss made a decision. The owner made a decision. Period. You can't have ham because of the high density population of followers of Islam that work at this facility. I have been approached. I have considered, and I consider their request acceptable. Please do not consume pork products in the common shared break room. Now, if it's really a fucking nut bust for you that you can't have bacon on your burger or a ham sandwich, then go to your boss and say, I don't appreciate the fact that I'm being told what I can and cannot eat. I would like 2 break rooms. I would like a halal break room for them, and I would like a normal break room for those people that want to eat bacon. And maybe the boss builds a second break room, or maybe the boss fires your ass. But it's not your place of employment. Or I can eat in my damn car, or I'll go eat on the dock. It's the same thing though. Hello and good evening. I had a guy came in and he would make fish in the microwave and he would make hard-boiled eggs in the microwave. And I said to him, man, we gotta stop this shit because he's stinking up the whole building. And he's like, well, this is what I eat. I eat hard-boiled eggs, I eat chicken, I eat broccoli, I eat fish. I said, here, you know what? It's real simple. What I'm gonna do for you is I'm gonna put a microwave out in the fucking garage shop. Heat your shit up there. I'm not gonna tell you what you can and cannot heat up, but I am gonna tell you can't heat it up here, but I'll give you an alternative. At one point, bacon was so popular, it could have become a religion. And if people think that their right to eat bacon, well, first of all, you don't have a right to eat bacon. We gotta be specific on a politics show. You do not have an enumerated right to eat bacon. If you don't like the restrictions the boss puts on you, go somewhere else. They told this one guy to stop putting kimchi in the break room fridge at your previous workplace. Yeah. I don't want people to go to jail for eating in the wrong place. Well, then stay in America. Stay in America. Because like I told you, a guy was arrested in England for talking about bacon in front of a Muslim. That's why England, no offense to my British, English, United Kingdom, you guys have like 14 fucking names. Although I gotta give mad props to England. And here's why. England is like still the #1 leader of fucking global travesties. Right? We call it Germany. Germany doesn't call it Germany. Germany calls it Deutschland. The rest of the world don't. We're Deutschland. Germany. Japan. Nippon. Japanese people don't call it fucking Japan. Fucking world called it that. We gotta stop. Is England just crippled with guilt for all the bad stuff they did? England is crippled by the same fucking social justice warrior nonsense that's going on because nobody wants to talk about the reality. They want to talk about the sensational. Renee Good got killed by an ICE agent, shot in the face 3 times with her wife and her kid in the car. Travesty. Hey, why don't you motherfuckers wait? What did I say last Wednesday when I saw the video? From what I can see, looks like a bad shoot. DOJ policy makes it a bad shoot. But the wife being out of the car, being confrontational with an ICE agent, changes the narrative. The fact that the car had been blocking the road for 3 minutes changes the narrative. I like to get all of the facts, right? I like to get all of the facts. He got hit as well, apparently hip injury. He did not get hit hard enough that he had to fucking kill her because he was able to walk away. Department of Justice policy says you can't do what you did, so he's gonna go to jail. As he should. As he should. However, the wife should go to jail as well. And she should be charged posthumously with a crime. I'm sorry. Department of Justice policy is well written. In fact, let's look it up just so that people that haven't seen it. Because it is cut and fucking dry when it comes to this. Deadly force may not be used solely to prevent the escape of a fleeing suspect. Firearms may not be discharged solely to disable moving vehicles. Specifically, firearms may not be discharged at a moving vehicle unless a person in the vehicle is threatening the officer or another person with deadly force by means other than the vehicle. The vehicle is operated in a manner that threatens to cause death or serious injury to the officer or others, and no objectively reasonable means of defense appears to exist, which includes moving out of the path of the vehicle. Where did I find this? Hey, Quantum Traveler, this is like the polite way for me to say some of the shit you do on my show. You try to like challenge like my views or the things that I say or other things said. I come with all of it. I come with all of it. No, challenge is good. Challenge is good. Don't ever think I'm saying challenge is bad. I think challenge is great. Challenge me. I love to be challenged. If I get it wrong, I want to know I got it wrong. But how many of these fucking bullshit influencers went off the cuff and couldn't be bothered to look up the Department of Justice manual, like Department of Justice policy on use of force? Guess what? I knew the Department of Justice had one of these because every aspect of law enforcement, including the military, has use of force policies. Yeah, people were showing was the law Tim Walz signed into law. So it was conflicting. Federal agents must follow federal policy. I'm going to tell you a story. I got to redact some of it. Once upon a time in a land far away, there was a young man about 19 years old operating on a gun truck. He was not the gunner, but he was on a gun truck. Now, if you're not familiar with what a gun truck is basically a deuce and a half that's been up armored on the sides, and you'll have a guy like this isn't a deuce and a half. This is a 5-ton. This is a 5-ton double rear wheel. So you basically have mod deuce, and this is just up armored to give the guy some protection. Well, we're just going to pretend for a second that there's another little airman standing right here, and he's really fucking tall and disproportionate. Well, as this truck is driving through a conflicted area in Iraq, a guy jumps on the side of the truck and is hanging on. And this young man can see the Iraqi hanging onto the truck, and he's on his radio and he says, hey, and they've gone through the crowd and they're driving, and they said, I've got a guy hanging onto the truck and it looks like he has something in his hands. The convoy commander said, well, then get him the fuck off the truck. So the kid deploys his collapsible baton, tries to strike the guy's hands. The guy keeps shifting hands. So he finally takes the knob of his collapsible baton and just sort of bonks the guy in the head. Guy falls off the truck, gets run over by the truck, and because the convoy was in conflict, it didn't stop. The convoy kept rolling, as it's supposed to do. Convoys, once they stop, increase the threat level to them. They court-martialed that young man for doing his fucking job with a non-lethal. He was found not guilty. But if you know anything about the military, once you've been charged in a courts-martial, your career kind of is fucked anyway. And in it, the panel found him not guilty. It's not like the judge overruled the panel. The panel found him not guilty. Why did they do that? Because he didn't shoot him in the head. Should have just shot him in the fucking head. If I was the convoy commander, I would have expected my guy to use his non-lethals. Butt stroke to the face. Just boom. Unfortunately, the guy got sucked under the truck. In the military, and some of you are going to lose your lunch about this, I can have a guy pull a gun out and aim it right at me. And I cannot shoot him. Because we're operating under rules of engagement that say I may not initiate fire, I may only return fire. Which means I got, as a commander, because I'm a retired officer, I have to wait. I'm in a fucking war zone. I'm on contingency deployable orders, fighting a war on terrorism in a place they don't want me to be, in a place I sure as fuck don't want to be. And I gotta wait until they shoot at one of my kids before I can tell my kids, wax the motherfuckers. You know how you stop your fucking indigenous population from getting shot? Don't point guns at the guys with bigger guns. You gotta wait to be shot at? The fuck sort of way. I think where people have lost the narrative. There are more casualties. There are tons of them. Tons of American kids come home in a box when they could have come home on a plane, upright in their uniform. We lose far too many people with this bullshit, pussyfooting around nonsense of law enforcement. It's absolutely fucking garbage. It's absolutely garbage. Why is there a stupid rule like that? Because, let me see if I can find it. I can't find the picture. I wish I had saved it. The whole world is finding out right now that the United States is no longer run by a bunch of men in dresses. And it's really, 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 really hard for me specifically, and any veteran, because we served during an era where we lived with stupid rules and stupid rules of engagement. And for example, being shot at by a mosque. There's a sniper in a window of a mosque. It's going to take 15 fucking minutes to get the approval necessary to hit a mosque. Look, I don't want American cowboys rolling into a fucking city and lighting up the mosque. No, you can't fire back. Mosques are considered protected buildings. You need a higher level of authority. And I said once, again, I spent a lot of time in trouble with my commanders and stuff. If I'm gonna have to sit on a fucking radio getting my ass shot off from a fucking mosque because there needs to be a higher level of authority to approve lighting up the mosque, then that higher level authority needs to get his ass out of the Pentagon, fucking lose 8 pant sizes, put on some fucking body armor, and be in this fucking convoy with me. Because I guarantee you, if I had a general officer or an 06 in the convoy, he would give me fucking authority to light the mosque up because we're taking fire. But it's okay when it's just a captain, maybe a lieutenant, and a handful of grunts. But why? Isn't it just they don't want bad PR? Because here's the problem. When the military is operating in foreign countries, if you've ever saw the movie Rules of Engagement with Samuel L. Jackson and Tommy Lee Jones, that's a great movie to explain what they do. Samuel L. Jackson gives the order to fire into a crowd. They leave all the dead bodies, but they take all the weapons out. So it looks like the big bad American military just killed a bunch of women and children, but those women and children had guns until we killed them. And then they come in, they scavenge the weapons, and they leave the dead. They take all the men out, they take all the identifiable men out, so that it looks like we just fired into a crowd. Very, very common, and any of the Army vets are going to be better storytellers on this one. They send kids out into the middle of the convoy with an RPG. And then it's rigged so as soon as it hits something, it explodes. We have so many social justice warriors. You're right. We have a fuck ton of social justice warriors. Yeah, that was shown in American Sniper. Absolutely. Black Hawk Down. They had more rebels than they had guns. So you end up shooting a guy, and then somebody else comes and takes the guy's gun and ammo, and then now he's shooting at you. I'm not saying I want America to roll around the world killing everybody. That's not what I want. But I think the rest of the world is getting really uneasy because the US is just fucking tired. The US is just fucking tired of the way the rest of the world treats us. Look, I'm sure Germany doesn't want us to close Ramstein and Limstuhl and all the other American military installations that we have there because they like the money. They like the money they make. Tell you what, if the European Union doesn't want us to do our thing, then we'll come home. Save $50 billion a year not defending NATO countries. Throw the rules out the window and things would be smoother, but then they'd be protesting the military instead of ICE. Well, you know what would stop people protesting ICE? If first of all, the local law enforcement actually arrested people for obstruction of justice. Why do people think, like, for example, I told you I was at a base. There was a protest scheduled outside of the base. So security forces were all on duty that day. And they had about 6 more guys out at the gate than they normally do. And then the crowd got bigger. So security forces sent more guys out to the gate. And then the crowd got bigger, and the public affairs officer was out there talking to the crowd, like the public affairs officer should. And the crowd said, we're going on the base. Public affairs officer said, I just want to let you know, if you cross that red line, you are subject to federal law, up to and including death. And I remember listening to the debrief, and then I got the call, and it was like, go jock up. It'd be like, congratulations. Way to be a lieutenant. Good place for you. Go jock up. Get to the armory, literally walking through a mobility line. Body armor, no shit, no play body armor. Body armor with the 12-pound plate in the front and the 12-pound plate in the back. Kevlar helmet. Walk up. Thigh holster for my 9mm. And then they weren't fucking around. Because normally when I walk up to the arming window, it's just a 9mm. I just carry a sidearm. Because usually I need my hands for like orders and shit. So they hand me my 9mm. I start to turn. They said, hold up a second, Lieutenant. And then they hand me out an M4. I'm like, oh shit, this shit's getting real now. That crowd started coming towards the gate. The rest of security forces went out, including a Humvee with a 50 cal on the top of it. So a lot of the protesters saw that and they were like, like the crowd at dut, and then the deuce and a half and the Humvee showed up and they were like, now just so you know, 1,000 people, that's 150 caliber machine gun. As long as you've pre-looped all of your ammo, nine runs of ammo before you gotta swap barrels, 1,000 people are nothing for that. If they had gotten any closer, we would have put another 250 people out there. Well, what the fuck are you gonna do at that point? You think your 1,000-person crowd is gonna rush 300 military personnel who have a fully automatic 50 caliber machine gun? Dude, that's pink mist. But guess what else didn't happen? Once they saw that shit, they went to protest somewhere else. Why? Because, yeah, I think life should be prioritized over public relations. I agree with you. You know they're serious when they put the kid that lives on White Monsters and Grizzly Strait on the... yeah. But Cereal Box and the other vets will tell you, it sucks ass. It sucks ass when you're the first line of people that are literally the excuse. That's why I said we maintain a force of Army, Air Force, Marines, Navy, everybody's on the border with South Korea. They should just find veterans with cancer who have no kids, no wives, who still want to serve their country and be like, hey, old timer, yeah, you got cancer, yeah. Instead of sticking you in a VA hospital, we're going to send you over to Korea. Oh, you got a grandkid? We're going to send you over to Korea. Why? Because we only need like a handful of guys to put the flag up and down every morning. North Korea rolls over one American life, and fuck them. We're gonna make North Korea glow in the dark for the next 50,000 years. China in their, well, you can't threaten North Korea. You know what? I would love Donald Trump to, if Donald Trump is going to go down this road, which I don't think this is a productive road to go on, but if he's going to go down this road, I would love for Donald Trump to just straight cock gangster this shit. Be like, look, China, shut the fuck up. Either you deal with North Korea or we'll deal with North Korea, but either way, North Korea ain't getting no nukes. Who do you want to deal with it? Because if you say you're going to deal with it, then we're going to hold you responsible. China's going to be like, you can deal with it. Russia, you know what? This Ukraine war shit has gone on long enough. Go the fuck home. Go home. Well, we're not going to bow to American imperialism. Oh, yes, the fuck you are. Yes, you are. Because here's what we're doing, right? Here's how we're going to make Russia go the fuck home. Because what we're going to do is we're going to drop off the Ukraine 500 of these. And 100,000 shells. Go home. But see, the world didn't spank Russia. Oh, you put sanctions on them. Fucking Russia's been sanctioned for years. They don't give a shit. So then Israel is like, well, ain't nobody did nothing to Russia about invading the Ukraine. Let's invade Gaza. And let's be honest, folks. Does anybody in the world actually give a shit about the Palestinians? I'm sure the Palestinians care about the Palestinians. Nobody gives a shit. Has anybody severed ties with Israel in a meaningful way? Yeah, the Arabians sure as shit don't. The Arabian countries only get fucking mad when Israel bombs Hamas targets in their country. And their literal whole response is like, dude, the fuck? And Israel's like, what? You want some? And they're like, no, we're just letting you know the fuck, dude. Don't bomb our country. Israel bombed 6 sovereign nations in one fucking afternoon. And nobody did shit to them. So Donald Trump is like, I want Greenland. Did the people with flags on their profiles change to Venezuelan flags yet? No, because in order to stop people from switching to the Venezuelan flags and Iran losing momentum, Elon Musk changed the Iranian flag on Twitter. Greenland would be nice to have. Have you been to Greenland? Have you actually been there? I've been to one place in Greenland. I've been to Thule. It's got some new name now. It was Thule when I went there. I don't want to go there. Greenland is covered in ice. Iceland is covered in green. It's 57,000 people there. Strategically, why? Let me stop you right there, Magnus. Greenland has absolutely no strategic value for us. Zero. Zero strategic value. Zero. There is no strategic value to Greenland. None. Zero. None. The only reason, yeah, then we don't need it. It's a frozen hellscape. Greenland is such a giant pain in my ass. Greenland is the place that... Why does he want Greenland? Because it's got resources and because Donald Trump wants to be remembered for expanding the American empire. And remember, it does cost it costs a metric fuck ton to keep a base on Greenland, especially when you have to send an icebreaker up with your cargo ship. Greenland is a wonderful place in the world where I have seen a plane have its big blue poo truck disconnect. And I have seen feces and urine freeze as a downward spiral icicle within minutes. No, I mean, we have a contingent of people at the base because it needs to be immediately spin upable. Yeah, Greenland has resource potential, but you're going to notice something very interesting about this picture about Greenland's resource potential. And I'm glad you linked this. And I'm sorry that's a little small, but I'll zoom in real quick here. Copper, diamonds, gold, graphite, iron ore, nickel, rare earths, titanium, tungsten, uranium, and zinc. All shit we don't need. We don't need that stuff. It's nice to have stuff. When they say miscellaneous rare earths, we need to dig into those specifics. But shit, man, and I'm not even joking. When I say this, I'm not kidding at all. Rare earths is a good one to have depending on the quality, what they are, the inventory, the quantities. Iron, people are like, oh, it's iron. Shit, man, you can go into fucking the forest preserves in Illinois, and if you really want to, you can walk out of there with thousands of pounds of iron ore. Shit's just on the ground. It just can't be harvested by commercial entities because it's forest preserves. I'm not against the idea of expanding the empire. But at what cost? But at the same time, some of this is going to be a wake-up call for the rest of the world. Europeans saying Americans are so poorly traveled. poorly traveled. You travel in most European countries for 7 hours, and you're in a completely different country, if not 2 or 3 countries away. If you start in Texas, in the middle of Texas, and you drive for 7 hours, you're still in fucking Texas. And I'm not joking. If you go to the very northern point of Texas and drive north to the Canadian border and south to the Mexican border, it takes more mileage to drive south through Texas than it does to drive north through 4 other states and go to Canada. The only reason I found to travel internationally is food and history, and I agree with you. I used to love you have arthritis? Yeah, that's why I wanted to go to Arizona. But now I'm stuck in a really bad thing. All of my arthritis and all of my joints want to go to Arizona, but I can't be in a dry heat because of my neuropathy. I have to have X amount of humidity. Kind of sucks. At this point, I just want to, I want the Japanese scientists to finish the bionics and the cybernetics so they can cut off my hands and my feet and give me functional bionic or cybernetic replacements. I volunteer to be the first fucking cyborg. Yeah, 18 hours top to bottom, 13 hours east to west on the I-10. Yeah, Texas is fucking huge. Yeah, first Cyberpunk 2077 streamer without the game. You're damn right. Anyway, folks, great show today. I have to get out of here because timetable that I got to keep to. I am going to try to stream tomorrow night because I have a video game key that I need to demo. And they're like yelling at me because I haven't demoed it yet. So good company for staying on top of it. But it all depends on how my wife's surgery goes. If my wife has complications, I'll have to scrub Wednesday's politics show to do the video game on Wednesday. I'm going to go make some pasta with pork sausage. So I'm not inviting any Muslims or Jews over today. Talk to you guys Wednesday.
I wonder if the organic meat sack that runs this channel knows a lot of these sponsors don't sponsor us anymore.
They were longtime sponsors. The credits are fine.
Do we get paid? Is any of this sponsorship money for Gail, Daisy, the Chaos Fund?
You are a figment of Jalan's imagination.